Long 10 seconds today. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, December 6, 2022, and I'm welcoming you to a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is an absolutely beautiful day today in Manatee County. We're going to start the day the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. We have two special guests with us today. Pastor Luke Stocklin from First Baptist Church is going to lead us in prayer, after which we are honored to be in the presence of Virginia Hindi, who is a 101-year-old World War II veteran. After the prayer, she will receive a full introduction by our Marine Corps veteran, Commissioner Jason Bearden. So at this time, if you're able, if you would please stand. Pastor?
If you would pray with me. Our gracious Heavenly Father, I thank you for everyone in this room. I thank you for the work that is done in this room and how it impacts our county and each individual resident of our county. God, you've impressed upon my heart this morning to pray for unity. God, we need unity in our nation. We need unity in our state. We need unity in our county. God, we need unity in this room. That doesn't mean that we always agree with one another, because unity denotes harmony, which requires different opinions, and yet we can have unity because we remember that there is more that unites us than divides us. God, I pray that you would help us to remember the greatest commandment, which Jesus said is to love the Lord our God with all our heart, soul, mind, and strength, and the second, to love one another. God, I pray for unity. I pray for, again, the work that is done in this room, that you would bless it for your honor and glory and for the unification of our county and our people. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir. That was beautiful. And ma'am, if you step up to the podium, Commissioner Bearden will give you an introduction.
I would love to introduce to you World War II veteran and from America's greatest generation, Virginia Phelps Hindi. She's 101 years old, and she served 3 years in the Navy as a seaman first class. She did VMIL, which stands for short for Victory Mill, and was a hybrid, which is a hybrid mail process used by the United States during the Second World War as the primary and secure method to correspond with soldiers stationed abroad, to reduce the cost of transferring an original letter through the military postal system. A VMail letter would be censored, copied to film, and printed back to paper upon arrival at its destination. The VMail process is based on the earlier British aircraft process. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your service to our country. And thank you for blessing us with your presence today. Okay, we're going to start to work our way through today's agenda. Dr. Hopes, if you would please read off any updates or changes to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the updates to today's agenda, which were dated December 5th, 2022, under citizens' comments, written comments submitted through the online public comment form from Kathleen Hughes was added. Under changes to the consent agenda, under Community and Veterans Services, item number 7, the Children's Services annual plan and report. The agenda item was updated with a revised, updated FY 23-24 annual plan and report. Under financial management, item number 20, this item was removed from the last meeting and is put on this agenda. It is the Amendment 9 to the agreement number 11-2671 FL for the third-party administrator services for medical, dental, flex spending, and the provider network with Aetna. This item was amended on the consent agenda, but it will be placed on items removed from consent, which will follow the board taking up consent. Item number 23, execution of guaranteed maximum price, agreement number 22-TA004311JH for Talvas Road storm pipe replacement. The agenda item was revised to include the recorded Manatee County Public Construction Bond number 0235258. Under changes to advertised public hearings, under Community and Veteran Services, item number 50, which is the HUD Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The agenda item was revised to include the updated CAPER report. And, Mr. Chairman, those are all the amendments to the agenda.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move towards consent. Commissioners, are there any items that you would like to have removed from today's consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Commissioner Baugh.
pull item number 18 in reference to number 4 that's on the budget resolution.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh is pulling item number 18, which is the adoption of a budget amendment resolution. Commissioner Satcher.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move 33 from consent.
Commissioner Satcher is pulling item 33 under public safety, which is the approval of a memorandum of agreement between Florida Department of Health and Manatee County for vaccine storage and authorization for the Public Safety Director to execute the agreement for vaccine storage.
And Mr. Chair, I wanted to apologize to Commissioner Satcher. He had mentioned that in his briefing yesterday, and we failed to make that amendment last night.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, are there any other items you would like to pull from the consent agenda today? All right, hearing none, it'll be 18 and 33
And 20.
and 20.
Yes,
Oh, that's right, he did announce
the
20.
administrator did.
Okay, so the
I read
administrator
that
has
into
also
the
pulled
changes.
20,
Yes.
which is the execution amendment 9 agreement, third-party administrator, TPA services for medical, dental, flex spending, provider network. Okay.
So
Sounds-
18, 20, and 33, I think, Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
Yes, sir. 18, 20, and 33 have been pulled from consent. Okay. We're going to move forward with awards and proclamations. The Florida Green Building Coalition Platinum Award Recertification. That's a mouthful. Who is here presenting today?
Good morning, all. Brandon Bennett, Energy and Building Operations Manager for Property Management in Manatee County. The FGBC Award, I'd like to present a small part of our team, Wendy Edwards, Ashley Snyder, Omar Patches, who will give a small presentation about the award.
Good morning. What about for the presentation?
That's not it.
Can you hear me? Good, all right.
Give us just a moment. We'll get that. We'll get it on the screen for you. Give us just a second.
Yeah, no worries.
That's it.
All righty. Good morning, County Administrator, County Commissioners, and County Attorney. I'm here honored and humble to present to you this Platinum Recertification that it was awarded to Manatee County through the FGBC, or the Florida Green Building Coalition, on September of this year. First, allow me to give you a quick synopsis about what this certification is about and what the FGBC is about. Next page, please. So, the FGBC, or the Florida Green Building Coalition, is a non-profit organization, and the mission of this organization is to promote environmental, sustainability, social, and economical benefits. Why is this important to us? Because it provides us a measure system of how our operations are performing towards conservation and which part of our operations require investment or improvement. But there are other benefits too that this certificate gives us. One of those is that it provides us save or it helps us to save money to taxpayers. It helps us to improve our operations performance, reduce greenhouse emissions, and it helps us with increasing resiliency and mitigate climate change. Now, to see where we are going, we need to see where we have been. Next page, please. This certification is a 4-level certification. It starts with bronze, silver, gold, and platinum to be in the highest level of the certification. Manatee County started this process in 2011 when we were awarded the silver status through the FGBC. But we did not stop there. And in 2014, we were awarded the gold status. And in 2017, my predecessors determined that we had another initiative to be awarded the platinum certification that is the highest level through the FGBC.
Woo-hoo.
Thank you. And as you could see, these certifications have a 5-year cycle that it takes us to today. And in July of this year, we submitted for recertification on platinum, and we were awarded this certification on September of this year. I want to pinpoint that we are the only county in the entire state of Florida that is awarded platinum highest level through the SGBC, something that we are really proud of.
Fantastic.
Now, to see the magnitude of this task, I brought a little bit of fun facts for y'all. So the Building, Technology, Energy, and Sustainability Division that is on the property management started this process in August of 2021. We collected, processed, and storage all documentation required for this process or application. And we quickly discovered that we had 21 sections to look into it, and under each section, we had 6 subsections that give us 126 items to look into it. But not only that, we discovered that each one of these sections had 30 pages on average, and that gave us a grand total of 630 pages. You could see, and we determined that it was a great task. So we created an entire system, digital system, to help us and assist us in this process. One of the things that I'm really proud of all this process that we applied is that no one single page was printed for the process of this application. So we could continue with our conservation measurements. Next page, please. Here I present to you the 21 sections that it was looked into it for this application. One of those sections is the administration part. And what we did with it, we looked into our Manatee County administration system and operations, determine which initiatives were towards conservation and that accomplished the mission of the SGBC, documented it, storage it, and process it for a review and facilitate the review process. You could see in here and other items that we look into it, like IT, human resources, natural resources, parks and recreation, public transportation, wastewater initiatives. And all these 21 sections is part of the entire mission of the FGBC. Now, to end my presentation, next page, please. I want to give thanks to key players that help us and assist us with this process. Because the magnitude of this application, we partner with 7 of our departments and several public agencies like Keep Manatee Beautiful to assist us with this process. And I want to thank IFAS Extension Office of Manatee County that is part of the University of Florida. I want to thank Neighborhood Services, Parks and Recreation, part of Manatee County. I want to thank the board, especially to Clyde Joseph, Energy Manager of the board. I want to thank Public Transportation, Public Works, Fleet Division, especially to the Green Team, that is a team of Manatee County that help us with all of conservation measurements, especially to Paula Pesmark for her contribution, and team members like Jasmine Safe, our intern assigned to this project, Eric Kaplan, and Leah Harper, managers of the division. But at the same time, I want to thank the board for all the support that you guys have given us during all these years, and a special thank you to every single one of Manatee County employees. This certificate is yours. It represents you and the work that you do, because it's work that matters. Thank you for your time. I would like to introduce you, CJ and Peggy, part of the FGVC organization. CJ is president of the FGVC, and Ms. Peggy is part of the board of the FGVC. They have some words for you.
Good morning. My name is CJ Davalin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Green Building Coalition. We're made up of about 29 directors from all across the state, our board of directors. Peggy Christ is our local representative here in Bradenton, and so we're very happy to have Peggy here today as a member representing our board of directors. Florida Green Building Coalition was formed in 2000 and is the leading certifier of green building projects within the state of Florida, having just surpassed 29,000 projects. To date, there's been 78 local governments that have participated within this program. The program is unique in that it creates an environment of communication and coordination amongst different departments that may not be communicating regularly. This collaboration streamlines processes, decreases redundancies, and generates new approaches towards sustainability and resource preservation. Its success emanates from the fact that there's a sizable and compelling return on investment for any municipality, thus reducing the cost of taxpayers, which I think is something we really have to keep in mind. It starts with leadership. I wanted to thank the Board of County Commissioners, as well as Dr. Hopes, and then I'd like to also really recognize the Green Team and the employees here, including Halmar, who spearheaded a tremendous effort in getting this recertification done. I'm not going to go into the green certification progress because Halmar did a great job of explaining it. Manatee County achieved 73% of the 441 points that were needed to earn the platinum level certification. Manatee was first certified in 2000, and in 2017, Manatee County became the first platinum certified county, earning the highest score ever achieved by a county in the state of Florida. Today's recertification represents a truly remarkable achievement. The residents of Manatee County should be proud that their county is leading the efforts with regards to sustainability and resiliency efforts in the state of Florida. On behalf of our members, our board of directors, and the citizens of the state of Florida, we'd like to recognize Manatee County for all their efforts to create a sustainable, resilient, and environmentally responsible community. Thank you, guys.
And commissioners, if you would like to come down here to symbolically receive the certification for our county and take some pictures.
We will in just a second. First, we have a commissioner on the board, probably one or two that want to say a few words. Commissioner Ball.
Please.
Yeah.
They're not done yet.
Oh, you're not finished yet.
Sorry, this is kind of a tag-along. Hi, Wendy Edwards. We also, in the process of getting certified, we're also nominated and awarded the High Performance Operations Award for our facilities management and asset management program. And
Awesome.
I will keep it brief.
Fantastic. All right, Commissioner Ball.
I just want to say how proud I am of staff. You know, you guys just rock, and we're only getting this because of staff and all the effort that you've put into it, and all the departments in the county, the administration. You know, this board plays a small part. I wish I could say it was all because of us, but it's not. It's all because of staff. And we're just so proud. I can tell you, I speak, I'm sure, for all of us, that we are just so proud. I've been here for most of the time, trying to work up to platinum over the years, and to be the first county that's platinum, I'm telling you, that is absolutely just an amazing feat. And I'm just so proud. The only county, yes. So I'm just so proud to be a part of it, and I just thank staff for all their hard work and dedication and following through every year. So today's a great day for Manatee County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Hopes.
And I too want to really thank the staff and everyone here, because it is an enormous task to produce, the documentation, but more importantly, it's what's been accomplished. And I could tell you I did my part. I came into work Saturday afternoon, and Mr. Bishop will tell you, because my office was 85 degrees. But at any rate, we put a lot of infrastructure into achieving this, and not just achieving it, but maintaining it.
Yes.
And it's interesting because we've heard other counties sort of challenge where Manatee County is in resiliency, and now we have the certification to show that we're actually leading the way in the state of Florida with regards to sustainability. So,
Can you believe
thank you.
Glenn's not here today?
I know.
All right, thank you. And I would just say, before we come down for pictures, one, I love the plug "Work That Matters" at the end. That was well done. But we have fantastic staff here, and I love when things like this come up and we get to showcase what a great job all of you do. You too, Paula, in the back. Yes, ma'am.
Paula.
She was so happy that you mentioned her name as you went through the list. But we really do. We have fantastic staff here. They work hard every day to serve the people of Manatee County, and I love when things like this come up and you're recognized for the work that you do, and we get to showcase you to the residents of the county. You're truly great public servants, and we appreciate you. So on behalf of 420,000 people in Manatee County, thank you for everything you do every single day.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well said.
You would like them in the middle?
All right, guys. 1, 2, and 3. It's good. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. You guys got it? Yeah.
Okay. Our next item on the list, near and dear to many of our hearts, one of the great organizations, probably the greatest organization in Manatee County, if I don't say so myself. This is the adoption and presentation of the Kiwanis Club of Bradenton's centennial anniversary. So Neil, if you want to come on down, Angel, Mike, Commissioner Cruz, I'm going to come down there once we get you going. 100 years of Kiwanis in Bradenton. I'll entertain motions. Commissioner Cruz, I'll entertain motions,
I'll make a motion to approve the proclamation.
and I'll second that. So we have a motion. We have a motion by Kiwani and Commissioner Cruz and a second by Kiwani and Van Ostenbridge to approve today's proclamation. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, the motion, or you can say Madam Clerk, the motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Cruz, the floor is yours, sir. I'm going to come down there now.
All right. Yeah, you can tell it's 100 years when it's 2 pages worth of proclamation here. Not yet. All right. Whereas the Kiwanis Club of Bradenton Incorporated was originally chartered as the Manatee River Kiwanis Club on August 22nd, 1922 by Kiwanis International and is also known as the Bradenton Kiwanis Club. And whereas Bradenton Kiwanis Club established, funded, and operated the Kiwanis Health Campus for underprivileged children during and after the Great Depression. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club, in partnership with the City of Bradenton, established, funded, and operated the Bradenton Trailer Park from 1936 until 1997, it was one of the largest trailer parks in the world, and the net proceeds benefited countless charities in the community. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club's past presidents include former Manatee County Commissioner Stan Stevens, and whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club's current members include Manatee County Chairman Kevin Van Ostenbridge, wherever he went, and myself, Commissioner George Cruz, and whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club's inaugural members include former Manatee County Commissioners John Pope Harley, M.O. Harrison, Whitney Curry, and W.I. Kirkhoff, and whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club's past members include some of these are current members as well, many former Manatee County Commissioners, including Betsy Benak, Larry Bussell, Westward H. Fletcher Jr., Lawrence H. Bud Fortston, Pat Glass, Joe McClash, Dan McClure, and Misty Servia. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club in 1923 sponsored a conference between Manatee County Commissioners and DeSoto County Commissioners for the planning and building of a new paved road between Bradenton and Arcadia. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club established and funded the Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County in 1946 and continues their support of the Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County today. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club provided seed money in the amount of $500,000 and worked with the Manatee County Commissioners to construct the Bradenton Area Convention Center, formerly known as the Manatee County Convention Center, which was completed in 1995. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club established the Bradenton Kiwanis Foundation in 1990, and since 1994 has contributed over $9 million to improve the lives of Manatee County's young people, including K-Kids, the Builders Club, the Boy Scouts of America, the Girl Scouts, the YMCA, Kids Against Hunger, the Salvation Army, Head Start, and Meals on Wheels. And whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club continues to demonstrate their commitment to children and the community by building parks and houses, supporting the Bishop Museum of Science and Nature, partnering with the Manatee County Chamber of Commerce to establish a leadership program, partnering with Habitat for Humanity, launching the College and Career Center at Manatee High School, partnering in Big Brothers Big Sisters mentoring program, and funding numerous scholarship programs. Whereas the Bradenton Kiwanis Club contributed to the construction of the Girl Scout Little House, the Anna Maria Island Community Center, and the Manatee Performing Arts Center. And whereas for the past century, the Bradenton Kiwanis Club members have been community leaders working together to make a positive difference by identifying and meeting the needs of local youth in Manatee County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that December 6th, 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Kiwanis Club of Bradenton Centennial Anniversary Day in Manatee County, Florida, and congratulates the Kiwanis Club of Bradenton on its 100th year anniversary of service in Manatee County. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 6th day of December 2022, signed by Board of County Commissioners Chair Kevin Van Osterbridge, and attested by the Clerk of the Court, Angel Colaneso. Yeah. That was a long proclamation, but you could see just how much the Bradenton Kiwanis does for Manatee County, has continued to do for the past 100 years. As the chairman said before he came down, it's an amazing organization, and it's one that's just fully intertwined in Manatee County. And we have a few members here, some current presidents, some future presidents of Kiwanis to accept this proclamation. Are you accepting it first?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much, George.
There you are.
All right, I'll be brief. Neil Unruh, president of Bradenton Kiwanis this year. We have established, obviously, a 100-year legacy here in Manatee County, and we are looking forward to providing the next 100 years of legacy as we go forward. Something that you will probably be made aware of soon. Can I go ahead? Sure. No?
Do it now.
Do it.
Go ahead. So we are working to build that legacy by building an inclusive playground out in East County. We are seeding $500,000 at a minimum towards this project. We are in the beginning stages of determining exactly what we can do there, and we will give you further information as we go along. We invite you guys to our gala on January 7th, 2023. It's a Saturday. It was postponed from Hurricane Ian, but we'd like to have you all there. We may be able to present a big check at that point to you guys. So thank you guys for all your support, and we look forward to providing the community a long history and legacy going forward for the community. Thank you. Anything else?
Just Mike Baer, Vice President of the Bradenton Kiwanis, just on behalf of the members that have chosen to join this great organization for the past 100 years and many to follow the next 100 plus. We look forward to serving the residents and the county of Manatee. Thank you.
Didn't expect to speak this morning. I've been a member of Kiwanis. I love it because the children are our future, and helping those children, and with this playground that Neil mentioned, it's very exciting, and I'm just proud to be a member of this great organization. Thank you.
And I would just add that, electeds were mentioned in the proclamation, but hundreds, probably thousands of Manatee County residents have participated in the Kiwanis Club over the years, all of them selflessly giving their time, giving their money, and contributing to make Manatee County a better place to live. And this is the Bradenton Kiwanis Club, so we say, to build a better Bradenton. But you want to make sure that we mention all of those people who are not here today and couldn't be recognized who have contributed to all of this. And cat is out of the bag, so we have been talking about a playground, a special needs playground in Commissioner Baugh's district. And Kiwanis wanting to pitch in, or able to pitch in $500,000. We have some facilities that already exist there, which make this, very doable thing. But it has not been pitched to the board yet. That's why I was a little apprehensive about saying anything. But now you know about it, so hopefully we can get staff to start moving forward with some designs and some plans and come up with something fantastic that'll benefit everybody in the county and will be like the Civic Center, like State Road 70, which they lightly touch on as a road to connect Bradenton and Arcadia. Yeah, State Road 70. So like so many other things that have been done by this great organization that were like legacy impacts on Manatee County. So thank you to the Kiwanis Club of Bradenton. All right, what do we do now?
Would any commissioners like to speak?
If you want me to go ahead.
Let's have lunch together. Yeah.
Maybe.
Hold up just a moment. We got some
Hey,
commissioners
guys.
on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
100 years. I mean, it goes without saying. That is amazing. Obviously, everyone in Manatee County, I believe, is familiar with the Bradenton Kiwanis. You guys rock. I just appreciate all of you. And I did not know about the park in East County. Neil, you and I will discuss that later. But it's very exciting, and I'm very appreciative. So I'm eager to hear where and why and how and what the plans are. So any way that I can help, please let me know. And congratulations for 100 years.
And I'll just say, any other commissioners on the board? Go ahead.
So I just want to say congratulations on 100 years. Those are some really amazing, huge legacy achievements that Bradenton Kiwanis has achieved over the past 100 years. It sounds like that legacy is really continuing, and it's just a testament to the volunteers, the commitment to the community. So it's really exciting and very well deserved. Thank you, guys.
And so I have been relatively recently exposed to Kiwanis, and it never disappoints. Like, the guys here, oh, you got to come to the veterans thing, and I'm thinking, well, I go, and it's just absolutely amazing to see, just so well done and respectful to our nation. When you had the Chief Justice from Florida Supreme Court, I went. And to hear him speak, and then as I was hearing him, I was thinking, this guy he is impressive. And I went and looked at his background and some of the things he's accomplished, not just for this area or not just for Florida, but for the entire nation, serving in the House of Representatives and then on Florida's Supreme Court. Just absolutely amazing. And 100 years, our nation is not even, 250 years old, right? And so to see that, it's just exciting. We appreciate you, and congratulations. Thank you.
Way to go.
Okay, let's move forward then with citizen comments on future agenda items. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on an agenda item that does not appear on today's agenda, but either appears on a future agenda or may appear on a future agenda? I do have I have 5 names here. Oh my goodness, John.
No.
It's Greek. It's Greek, I know that. And people butcher my last name, so I'll just say, John, if you would come up first. Xanatakis. And then what we'll do is I have John, and then I have Samir is after that, then Stephen Benaki, and then Neil Benaki. So that's just the order that I have right now and the order that we'll start in. So when you come to the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Okay. First, good morning. Thank you for having me, or allowing me to speak. My name is John Xanatakis. I'm a resident of Manatee County, 23 years in the Coral Shores Canal community. Should I start?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm here today about the blockage of the Municipal Service Benefit Unit, the MSBU project 05-072. It was 210 parcels, and that's also known as the Coral Shores Canal. I'm requesting your action to act on behalf of the MSBU and assign a project manager to determine funding sources to repair, maintain, and return the canal to as-built MSBU project condition. I have available the as-built surveys that were provided by the county, and I also have the MSBU 05-072 public document. On and around the time of the Hurricane Ian, parcel number 765-680-3058, owned by Coral Shores East Homeowners Association, broke its 174-foot seawall. This released more than 150,000 gallons of stormwater from the 2,000 by 50-foot stormwater canal into the MSBU project. The breakage coincided with a county water main break that ran through the seawall. The jet stream from the water main blew out the Coral Shores East Canal embankment and put a hole in the seabed under the existing seawall. Based on this as-built survey from 2005 and unofficial recent current depth estimates, possibly 2,000 cubic yards of soil were dumped into the MSBU project, the Coral Shores Canal. That's more than 100 truckloads of soil. On October 4th, a senior county staff person stated in an email to me, "We are not in a position to advise you on filing a claim for damage to the salinity barrier, boat lift, or adjacent seawall since this infrastructure equipment are not owned or maintained by the county. The county is in initial stages of developing damage assessments, but the Utilities Department has not included replacement of those items on our list of storm impacts." On the same day, the county staff referred the issue to risk management. On November 17th, a visit to my house by another staff member restated that this matter was being handled by risk management. My request today is not to fund the repairs of Coral Shores East Homeowners Association. That's the responsibility of Coral Shores East Homeowners Association, which makes up an additional 100-plus homes. This request is for action to the existing MSBU project, the Coral Shores Canal. Your quick action will prevent further silt entering the saltwater canals and stop stormwater pollution. Installing a temporary sheet pile wall. Prevent injuries to manatees that may get caught in the stormwater canals. Make the project cost less. Get access to available funds that Coral Shores East Homeowners Liability Insurance may have, or Coral Shores East Homeowners Special Assessments, Manatee County Utilities, FEMA, etc. might have, and provide a faster path for Coral Shores East Homeowners Association to repair the damage, since repairs to the canal may need to be complete prior to Coral Shores East Homeowners Association fixing their seawall. As boating access has been blocked, business plans killed, storage fees billed, we, the Coral Shores community, wait for action. Without the Board of County Commissioners' help, we are at the mercy of inexperienced managers of Coral Shores East homeowners directed by individual property owners that have a much bigger project and agenda ahead of them. So, as of today, I have not heard anything from risk management staff, and the original surveyor and dredging company are available to continue the original MSBU project, and there would be no permitting. All that is good.
I know the importance of the issue. That's why I let you go well over your time. But we are well over your time.
Running.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. You're 4 minutes in. That's okay. I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Okay.
And we
Are there any
have
questions?
So we don't do Q&A at this time. But what we do is after the conclusion of this open forum, then commissioners will comment on what was said by constituents. And so I will have a comment, obviously. So,
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Next is Samir. I'm not going to try your last name either, sir. But if you would please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Samir Sataria. I live in Manatee County. I'm here to talk about opposing the pet retail ban. My family and I, we're the owners of Petland Sarasota here in Manatee County. We are a minority-owned small family business that has operated here for 2 years. We are committed to contributing to the business community and working with City Council to abolish puppy mills in Manatee County. We employ over 20 hardworking employees and have contributed $506,000 in tax revenue over the last 2 years. At the Petland family, we strive to maintain an environment with the highest standards in quality and care. We vet our industry breeders immensely to make sure they are following the USDA regulations and only work with responsible, licensed breeders. If there are violations in the last 2 years, we ban the breeders from working with our store. To be fully transparent, we also give all of our customers booklets that disclose the breeders and where the puppies are coming from. At Petland Sarasota, we are not here just to sell puppies. We want to ensure each puppy is healthy so that they can be matched with the right families that will treat them with the utmost love, respect, and care. This will always remain our top priority. I'm sure by now everyone has seen all of the misleading commercials talking about Petland. We are not a scam. What is a scam is $1 million DC liberal D-rated nonprofit spending $250,000 on ads in our county where they don't operate a shelter or a kennel. We want to work with City Council to abolish puppy mills and want to assist you with solutions. However, banning the sale of puppies in Manatee County will not only shut our family business down, it also pushes our residents to buy puppies from puppy mills, which are not licensed, regulated, or inspected. Please allow me and my family to continue to operate our family business. We urge you to repeal the pet sale ban. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next is Stephen Benecki. I'm sorry? Madam Clerk, is the clock working? We like yours. We rely on you, ma'am. Okay. So, sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Sure. My name is Stephen Benecki. I stay in Manatee County, and I live in District 4. I'm one of 3 brothers that own Petland Brainton for the past 16 years. We're a family-owned and operated business and have combined over 50 years of experience in the pet industry. At Petland Bradenton, we have 25 employees that we refer to as our Petland family. Our employees have worked alongside our family business between a year and 16 years. The amount of care and effort our employees put forth every day is second to none. We employ the highest standards of care when looking for happy, healthy pets for our customers. We are in fact part of the solution to puppy mills. Preventing a store like us from selling puppies from professionally licensed breeders with good standing with the USDA only opens the door for our consumers to be forced to find a puppy from unregulated and unlicensed sources like puppy mills. To date, there has been no evidence that the Humane Society or pro-ban individuals have personally visited or inspected any of the breeders we purchase from. It is all hearsay and conjecture. In fact, there are no studies or statistics to prove any of these bad breeders have ever closed because of pet sale ban. What we do know for a fact is that 2 long-serving, law-abiding businesses will be forced to close, and over 50 Manatee County residents, and you heard that correctly, 50 Manatee County residents will lose their jobs. Myself and my 2 brothers' families will be left with empty shells with impending bankruptcy and loss of everything we have ever worked so hard for with one cast of your vote. We want to work with you to find solutions against puppy mills. So please repeal the pet sale ban or settle the lawsuit so consumers have the choice to purchase healthy puppies from our family-owned businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And Neil Benecki? No, sir? Okay. Then that's everyone who has signed up originally. Is there anyone else in the audience, sir, who would like to speak on a future agenda item? Please come to the podium, state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Raymond Sell. We've been here for 36 years in Manatee County, and we love Manatee County. We've seen a lot of changes here in Manatee County. Some for the good, some not so for the good. This morning I'm going to focus on GT Bray Park, and I've been going to GT Bray Park for 15 years plus. I've taken my dogs there, and the dog park is totally destroyed. I've seen the wonderful changes to GT Bray Park. The new pickleball facility is phenomenal. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Love it. On the other side of the park, the dog park, is a total disaster. The county has taken out more than 50% of the trees on the 3 acres of the dog park. You've destroyed all the grass. There's nothing left. You've killed my dog with your Roundup. They don't spray Roundup, it's saturated with Roundup. And it's killing me, killing my dogs, and killing everybody around. All the squirrels in the park are gone. The hawk nest on the west side of the soccer field was there for 9 years. Not no more. You've taken all the habitat away. There's no little creatures in that park for them hawks to feed their babies anymore. It's just terrible. I'd like to invite all of you to come and visit the dog park and see what a destruction is being made. And every week, there's just a little bit more, real slowly. We'll do it real slow and no one will notice. Well, I'm sorry, I go there 7 days a week for the last 15 years. I notice it. I see it. I see the destruction. I've talked to your employees. Oh, do you spray Roundup in a dog park? Oh, yes, but we only spray it around the trees. Really? In a dog park? Are you serious? Come to your senses. Please help us. That dog park's on its last leg right now. They don't like palm trees, every palm tree is getting taken out of that park, besides the other trees. And I mean, please, I ask all of you to come to the dog park, take a walk through there, and you'll see it's disgusting, appalling, and inhumane.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item? Yes, sir.
Looky there.
So please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item, sir.
I brought handouts for you all. I don't know how to get it to you.
This young lady right here will take that. I hope you're going to share with us what is hanging around your neck. You have all of our attention.
Good morning, Commissioners and Dr. Scott Hope, Administrator. I'm suffering Bishop Lawrence C. Livingston. 20 years I have been coming to the commission meeting about Lincoln Park. And late Commissioner Lamar Parrish and his commission voted $200,000 to the 88 acres to build a park 1 block above my church. I'm a proud graduate of segregated Lincoln Memorial High School to be rejected from the U.S. Air Force for proteinuria in my urine test. At Manatee Memorial Hospital, I became the first black orderly hired in the segregated Manatee Memorial Hospital emergency room. I gave stellar work in the emergency room from having worked barefoot on our farm without electricity nor running water. It was a joy as orderly to give quality health care to sick people as I had been sick. All emergency patients, whites, blacks, others, on my 73 shift with Mrs. Rudolph and I, received quality health care with compassion, smiles, and joy being there. It was Administrator Bentley Lang and trustees chose me to be the first employee of the month at Manatee Memorial Hospital. I was Manatee Junior College's first black nursing student that integrated Manatee Junior College nursing program. In 1991, I gave the nursing graduation address, and Dr. Samuel Neal let me be the first graduate student to give the commencement address at Manatee Junior College. This medallion around my neck is from the Southern Christian Leadership Manatee Martin Luther King Award. And this plaque that was given to me during the groundbreaking of Lincoln Park, got it upside down, was given to me at the park. Dr. Scott Hope was there and many others. We thank you for that. Under the advice and support of former Florida State Representative Dan Miller, my wife Clifford and I flew to Washington, D.C. to President George W. Bush Faith-Based Alliance. Mr. Dan Miller paid for our hotel. Mr. Seymour Sales and others raised money for our flight. Braden Harrell, reporter, gave me her special number, and she reported and printed on the faith-based conference in Washington, D.C. Returning to Manatee County, we called community leaders together to form our Washington Park.
Go ahead and take another minute, sir.
Washington Park Community Development Corporation in 1991. Attorney James Wallace was our member and registered agent. Reverend James Golden is our current attorney. We have provided computer training programs, the Florida Family and Children's Services after-school children's programs, and many other programs in our Welcome Center. The 88-acre land project has been our first project and only project that has given us the attention to come before you for the last 20 years. Do I need to continue to come to you because of that unfinished park?
Thank you, sir. We don't do questions and answers at this time.
Thank you, sir.
But the commission has heard your statement and your concerns, and at the conclusion of this segment, commissioners will all make statements, and I'm sure that your concerns will be addressed then.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
I am Reverend Dr. MacArthur Sellers, President of Eternity Temple CDC. And for the last 15 plus years, I have accompanied Elder Livingston coming to this board meeting, and most of you are new now, so we got to start all over, except for one. We are part of District 2, and I'm like the lady say, what have you done for me lately? We would like to have our park completed. I know the young man before was talking about a dog park. We're talking about a park that will affect the lives of the folks in District 2. So we do need that project to continue on. Commissioner Boss looked at her like, haven't finished that yet? Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We haven't finished that yet. So please, 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 as a further consideration, consider getting that project back online. Dr. Hope, I know you have heard this spiel several times. Don't know why it stopped, but okay. However that works out, I'm like the little boy. I need to see the penny to believe it's there. So please show us a penny for District 2. Thank you so very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Reverend. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item, an item that's not on today's agenda but will appear on a future agenda? So, sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda
Larry
item.
Grossman, Manatee County. Let me just say that the future item should be how people can sign up to speak to begin with, because I guess there's been a major change where one day I was told I couldn't sign up because it was before the commission meeting began. Today I'm told that I can't sign up because it's after the commission meeting began. I guess that's a catch-22 if you've ever seen one. So I don't know why the electronic sign-in is shut off. Otherwise, I was told that it's because the meeting began. I don't understand how. I've been to many commission meetings, and you just sign in. This rule was never applied, and it's actually unconstitutional because it's trying to suppress my free speech. And I just want to sign in for an item, and I don't know why I can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item at this time? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on a future agenda item?
We have no callers.
Okay, we're going to close citizen comment on future agenda items at this time. I'll just real quickly address the last speaker, Mr. Grossman. You're certainly not being prevented from speaking as you just spoke. But obviously, we do need to look into, the process there, Dr. Hopes, and make sure that people can sign up, throughout the day. But even if you don't sign up, as you just saw, once I've gone through the names of the folks who sign up, I then just open up the floor to anyone who would like to come forward to speak. So anyone who's in the chamber, of course, is always welcome to speak. Coral Shores. So I'm very familiar with the Coral Shores issue. It is located in my district. It's one of those coastal communities that I fought so hard to keep, all in the same district together so that there would be a representation that understood those communities. I can't really get into details because there isn't an ongoing investigation, in-house investigation into what happened there, but essentially during Hurricane Ian, I can tell you in a vague way that a freshwater, privately owned freshwater retention pond that also acted as roughly a half-mile long freshwater canal with a seawall that separated the bayou from the freshwater canal. The seawall failed for whatever reason, and the freshwater canal is now a saltwater canal. I actually am personal friends with the HOA president. I know the HOA president, and I've spoken to him multiple times, and I've tried to steer him in the right direction, whether that was, trying to help him with SwiftMud, DEP, the Army Corps. I've been in communication with Congressman Buchanan's office about it. I've spoken to Jim Boyd and Robinson about it. And I've even attempted to link him up with, I've quizzed our county attorney on it, and I've even attempted to link the HOA up with Mark Barnaby to help them as well. So I've done what I can to try and get them going in the right direction. Beyond that, there is, it sounds like potential litigation, so we're investigating it. I can't really say anything beyond that because of the potential of litigation. I don't think I should go any further. Do you, Mr. Clegg?
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that there is an active risk management investigation in our office right now to look at the claim for damages in that subdivision. The risk management division, which is under my supervision, doesn't look at things like larger projects and improvements in the neighborhood or maintenance of infrastructure. So some of the issues that this gentleman and others in that neighborhood have raised are beyond the scope of that. They're really more issues for staff. But insofar as the issue of financial responsibility for the damages that occurred in there, I would advise the commissioners not to discuss that publicly while we go through the investigation process. There is some statutory protection that maintains confidentiality during that period because you're looking at potential liabilities.
And
I'll have briefings scheduled, by the way, with my office next week on a number of litigation matters. So if you would like me to address that with each of you during those briefings, I can certainly add that to the list of things
Okay,
to talk about.
we're not taking any further comment. This is off the record. So, but I will say that I've been engaged from the very beginning with Shane Hall, and because at first when I was reached out, they said the first call was, "Hey, do you know a dock company, a seawall company, so we can replace this seawall?" And when I looked in to realize what was going on, I was like, "Oh, expletive! This is a much bigger deal than you think it is," and it is, and it's just it's a complicated, very complicated matter, and it's a big deal. You can email me, and I'd be happy to talk with you, but we can't do that. But if you email me, I will happy to converse with you. At any rate, I'm not going to leave you guys hanging. I'm going to help you in any way that I possibly can. So please know that. I'll go out to the dog park at GT Bray today or tomorrow and check out the situation. Washington Park, I'm sure Dr. Hopes is going to want to comment on because there's some environmental concerns.
Somebody before him.
All right. And let's see who we have on the board here. Baugh, Hopes, Clegg. Commissioner Baugh.
Reverend Livingston, it's really good to see both of you. I really didn't think you'd be back before this board again telling me that the park is not finished. I'm not sure what the problem is. I thought it was taken care of, so I've not looked into it. And I thought that your past commissioner was on top of it, so I apologize to you because I was very involved in that park, as you know. So I will be meeting, and I know that all you got to do is call me. But I know that the administrator is going to speak after me, and your new commissioner, who I can assure you is going to make sure this is done. So I just apologize for you having to come down here on this, but it's really good to see both of you. It's been a while. I haven't seen either one of you since we had the groundbreaking for the park. And y'all were very kind that day, I recall, with your words that you said. So at any rate, we'll get to the bottom of it. I just wanted to make that comment because, I was there and I'm still here, as you pointed out. So we will be in touch on that, I'm sure. Mr. Grossman, I'm not sure about your comments, and I'll tell you why. We don't stop anybody from speaking. You were standing at the podium speaking when you told us that you couldn't fill out a card to speak. It doesn't really matter whether you fill out the card or not. You're still able to speak, as you obviously know, and you did. So, I would just ask that you continue to, if you want to fill out a card, that's great. We have to have a cutoff time because our staff has to come in here for the meetings to be present, to record and take care of everything that they do, more than just getting cards filled out. But, you still get the opportunity to speak. So that's not taken away from you. And I'm not going to touch GT Bray. I know that the commissioner, our chairman, will be looking into that. I'm not going to touch the canal either because I know that we'll be getting information on that. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. It's just money. Just give me lots of money. I can fix all these problems. Um, but, you know, we'll talk about it privately. But to Mr. Grossman's point, maybe we need to open up the sign up to the night before if you can do it online anyway. So give people more ample time. So I have Hopes and Ballard on the board. Commissioner Ballard, I know that Dr. Hopes is going to want to give a long explanation of Washington Park. Do you want to wait for that before you speak, or do you? I usually call commissioners first.
I'll make a comment and then
Okay.
let Dr. Hopes provide some context and information. Bishop Livingston, thank you for coming out here today. Thank you for your service to the community. You've been a pioneer, you've been an innovator, and you've been working toward this park for a very, very, very long time. I know that it's been a frustration. I know that the slowdown is unexpected and extremely trying after having worked on this project for so long and you know being assured it was moving forward. I want you to know that I am dedicated to pushing Washington Park forward. It will happen. We will get it back on track. And I have been briefed on some of the issues, and I'm happy to meet whenever you like. My door is always open, and we will get it back on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, first, I'm going to apologize if no one from my staff has communicated what's been going on with Washington Park. It is anything but stopped. It is very actively moving, but it's very complicated, and it has to do with the state of Florida and what many residents knew about what had been dumped on that site, DEP discovered. And there has been an enormous amount of work that's gone into it. This board has done their job. I brought to the board a couple of months ago an amendment to the contract with the contractor to add an additional $3 million to the project in order to satisfy the State Department of Environmental Protection with the cleanup of what has been determined to be a landfill that has had toxic materials dumped there over the decades. Now, what is going on at this moment is I wasn't satisfied with the initial DEP proposal. The initial DEP proposal wants us to close it like a landfill, which means it will be dug out, it will be lined, it will have a clay cap, it will be a big mound that will be fenced with monitoring wells, and it will not be a pretty sight. So we have additional engineers in there to look at how we can remediate it by digging out all of those materials that have to be removed and restore that to a pond that we won't have to do anything with because we will have removed all of the toxic materials and disposed of them properly someplace else so that the park will look like a park and not a closed garbage landfill. And so I will commit to you, you know, I have been committed to this park, and I want to see this park completed during my tenure. I will come out and meet with you. You can bring the community together. I'll have the engineers there. I will tell you, if you want it to be a closed landfill, that's the easiest thing to do and probably the least expensive, and it can be fenced off. I would not want my name on that, and so that's what's going on. This board has taken the action. They provided the additional funds. The contractor and the engineers are working, and we are trying to get DEP, and I believe we'll get there, to agree to a closure plan and a cleanup plan of that landfill so that it can be an aesthetic park and not a closed dump. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Reverend Livingston, I can tell you I didn't know all that. I really thought that things were moving forward. This really complicates it. I don't know. I'm assuming y'all did not know that either. So there's been a lack of communication, I don't think from the administration but somehow or the other. And so.
And in fairness, we've had a change of leadership
Right.
around
I
parks
understand.
for
I
various
understand.
reasons.
And shame on them.
But we'll get there.
Yeah. I was really hoping this would be done in my tenure as well. All right, well, Mr. County Administrator, if you would, I'd like a full briefing on it, please.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I gave my word to these gentlemen years ago that it would get finished. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And I might add to that, Commissioner Baugh, that, so first of all, gentlemen, none of us up here wants to self-speak for everyone. No one wants to see a capped landfill in the middle of your neighborhood. That's not going to happen. But perhaps we should include it as part, as this subject as part of a larger workshop so that we can have more time to sort of sit
I
and hash
apologize.
this
I
out.
wasn't quite so graphic when I brought the budget amendment to you.
No.
But I didn't, for obvious reasons, I wanted to be discreet.
You and I had discussed it, but we were sort of, you wanted to come up with a plan.
We were hopeful that it would go
before we
quicker.
just delivered bad news, right? But maybe we should workshop this, in a larger workshop with some other items, just so we can sort of put it all out there and everybody can understand what's happened and what we're planning to do about it. At least discuss what to do about it.
And
Commissioner
I
Ballard.
can schedule that.
And
Commissioner Ballard.
I would echo that suggestion, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. I think that the community needs to be involved. They need to understand what is going on, what is causing the delay, and what we are going to do to fix it and to keep our word. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. I heard you mention the Sales name at one point. Vanzetta Sales was my 4th grade teacher. Great family. So, but thank you so much for coming down. Very important issue, and we are on it. Okay, so we're going to move on then to the consent agenda. And first we'll open up citizen comments on consent. So on the consent agenda, today's consent agenda, minus items 18, 20, and 33, does anyone have a comment or anyone like to come forward to speak on today's consent agenda minus those items? Anyone like to come forward to speak on consent today, minus 18, 20, and 33? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on today's consent agenda?
No callers.
All right, we're going to close citizen. Yes?
Item 53.
Well, now's the. Oh, that's not on consent. That's not on consent, sir.
Okay.
Yep. So when we reach item 53, where are we here? Oh yeah, when we reach item 53, that's under the regular agenda under Public Works. And I think most folks are here to speak about road alignments. So I'll definitely give you all a heads up that we've hit that portion of the meeting. All right, so we're going to close citizen comment on today's consent agenda, and I'll entertain motions on consent.
I'll make a motion to approve consent minus whichever items were pulled. I don't have it written down. 18, 20, and
18, 20, and 33, Mr. Chair. and
Minus
Commissioners.
18, 20, and 50.
Okay.
23.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve consent minus items 18, 20, and 33. That has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, consent passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. All right, then let's go to item number 18, which was pulled by Commissioner Baugh. Ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to pull item number 4, which is regarding Lorraine Road at Players. I know that you've all received many emails, and I know that you received one that I forwarded to all of you yesterday on a response to all the emails, whether they were pro or against. I just wanted to make sure that we're above board here with this item. We are approving this item today as a traffic light. I spoke with Sheila yesterday about this item, and I believe I can't remember if I spoke with you, Scott, or not, but no, it was Charlie Bishop that I spoke with, and Chad. We are moving forward with this at this point as a traffic light, but they are going to be presenting to this board. They've not really done it yet, but it will be coming forth with the discussion of a roundabout rather than a traffic light. There are many issues with Lorraine Road that's been going on for many, many years that most of this board now is not familiar with. So, in talking with Sheila yesterday, we were going to go ahead and get this resolution approved so that we can start the process, and then we'll bring it to the board and decide how to move forward. So I just wanted to mention that. That's the only reason I pulled item number 18, and when we're all said and done with comments, I'll make the motion to approve. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, my question for you would be, can you give me a definition of the process? What exactly is the process? I mean, are we just the process of funding it? Are we designing a light, but then we're going to possibly go back to a, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole in one direction financially if we're going to change directions.
Well, let me see if I can describe that rabbit hole that you're bringing up. Obviously, Public Works and the traffic engineers and so forth have been looking at Lorraine Road there at Players for quite a while. I mean, this is not new. It's been for years. Ever since I've been on this board, Lorraine Road has been a problem because of speeding. It's a straight road all the way from Fruitville Road down to 64. So there's not a lot there to slow the traffic down. Because of that, it is a problem. It is a security problem as well as a noise problem for the residents in that area. And I think this was one of the first things that I heard about when I, as some of you today, this is your second meeting, that's when I pretty much found out about Lorraine Road myself. So it's been going on. And in looking at this, they're looking at how they can, and I don't want to speak for Public Works, but, the issue is what can they do to address the speeding, the safety for the community, cars coming in and out of the neighborhoods, trying to make left turns and right turns. And as you know, Waterside is now under construction from Fruitville down to University. So we're just going to be seeing more and more traffic on this road in the very near future. So we've had to look at this perhaps a little bit differently than we would have. And I see Chad in the audience now. Chad, you should be up here talking, not me. I know, he's probably having a heart attack. So, that's part of the issue here is that we've got to deal with this problem that we have today because we've gone into a new kind of era with this. Chad, take over, please.
Chad, before you get started, because I don't want to maybe getting into an in-depth thing. I mean, I think the main thing is that the Commissioner Ball has brought it to the board's attention that this may not be the final plan that is implemented and constructed, but what this does is it keeps the project moving forward and keeps the funding moving forward so they can address some of the citizens' concerns, the board's concerns. It will be coming back to the board before there's a final determination.
So the question was mine, and I fully understand that it's coming back to the board. That's my concern and why I posed the question. So the question is, what am I approving today if I vote yes for staff to do? What are we spending this money on? Because I don't want it to be something that then is likely or possibly reversed down the road.
Right, and it won't be. It won't be. But I mean, we can.
Not the detailed answer I was looking for, but okay.
Where we were at within the original project, it focused on a signal. Late in the process, we considered the opportunity of a roundabout. This additional design funds allows us to take that development of the roundabout concept to a level that we would have real information to discuss the impacts, and that way you'd actually have a comparison that would fit in with the follow-up and the decision down the road. Both of them are possible. They have different impacts. More in the median if you do a roundabout because the roads pinch together to go around the roundabout. A signal will have a little bit more on a width because of the construction of turn lanes. So it becomes, in the end, literally a choice of what it is. The signal, they both control the turning movements. You have the added benefit of the roundabout adding a general north-south speed management component on Lorraine Road as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add that I brought this forward only for one purpose, and that was just to keep the residents along Lorraine Road informed, because we did receive so many pros and cons. I mean, we've got people in Lakewood Ranch on both sides of this issue. So I just wanted to be open and clear with
I
that.
appreciate you doing that. It kept us better informed as well.
And this, Mr. Chairman, is probably, I would think this particular decision point is probably a good opportunity for the board to kind of like adopt a sort of a model about how we engage the community, because there are pros and cons on both sides of this. And this, to me, you know, it's like a teaching moment. I think this will be the opportunity for the board to hear from staff, designers, and engineers the options and engage with the community and your constituents so that we all sort of land at a decision that we can all live with.
Exactly.
And so that's kind of the thought I had about this particular project. And I'm glad Commissioner Ball pulled it. And I think that we're going to arrive at an approach, given all these road projects, that maybe the board can adopt an approach and a style to both engage the community as far as feedback and engineering and design, and then make an informed decision.
Sure. I certainly agree with that. Obviously, I have constituents who are very unhappy with the style in which we've been communicating on projects at the very early stages. So, okay, thank you, Commissioner Baugh. No one else is on the board. We'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 18 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in on item 18?
No callers.
All right, we're going to close public comment. We have a motion. Oh, do we have a motion? Commissioner Baugh, I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve item number 18.
Should be on your screen, ma'am. We're
Oh,
up and
sorry.
running now. Sorry, we're up and running on
Okay.
the line here.
Here you go.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve, and that has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We're ready to cast our votes as soon as it's up. There we go. Okay, that passes by a vote of 7-0, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to item number 20, which was pulled essentially by the administrator. Dr. Hopes, I'll turn item 20 over to you.
Item number 20, Commissioners. If you recall, we removed Amendment 9, which was an item on the prior agenda. This is an amendment to extend the rates with Aetna for another year. Those of you who were elected in 2020 and met with me, I mentioned to you that I would be tackling the issues of our self-insured health plan, but it would not be right out of the box. This is the first step. I've worked with Aetna on this for the better part of a year, and I'll give you a little bit of background. My understanding is that about 8 or 9 years ago, when the county went out for a third-party administrator for the self-insured health plan and selected Aetna, that there had been a local company that had been managing the health plan for the county. And as part of the transaction with Aetna, my understanding was that Aetna was required to hire all the staff from that prior company. And that has continued for a number of years at a considerable cost to the taxpayers and the employees to basically employ through Aetna, in many cases, staff that Aetna provides the service themselves around the country 24 hours a day. And so there were about 15 people that were employed. And there were 4 that it made sense to become part of the county, which are the fitness and wellness staff and our dietitians that work with our pre-diabetics. But with regards to case management and prior approvals and pharmacy management, it totaled as much as $3.75 million a year for staff that we could get those services, in my opinion, more effectively through Aetna. What this amendment does, in addition to continuing the dental plan and everything for the next year, is it results in Aetna being responsible for those nurses and paying those nurses, and we will no longer reimburse Aetna for those services. If they want to engage those people, they can engage those people. This will improve the service to our employees, and the initial savings on this step of the change is $1,017,428 for next year, and that is the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. So sounds like we're eliminating a lot of duplicity. Commissioner Satcher, the board is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My, technology is wonderful, so one thing won't load, but the documents on the amendment will load on my screen. So I was going to ask you to address, so the Aetna Amendment 9. What's that? Mine's not working. Yeah, so I don't think
Same
the
here.
cover sheet's not loading, but the amendment itself is loading. I was going to ask, when you look at number 2 and number 3, it says what the new numbers are, but it doesn't tell us what the old numbers are. If you could just give me a briefing of what those, or a quick rundown of what those are, and
if I recall,
how much they changed.
If I recall on item number 2, it was I think it was around $38 per member per month, and so this increases the fee in order to pay Aetna for the case management services and things that they'll provide, and the net savings of that. Item number 3 is the same. That number hasn't changed. Item number 2 is the one that changes. Rather than us reimbursing them like $3.7 million a year, we'll pay them on a per member per month fee, and that net is a reduction in cost to the taxpayers and the employees and the county of a little over $1 million a year.
So we're not, but bottom line for just somebody watching, we're not taking that money out of somebody's paycheck.
No.
Okay. Not changing what people are paying.
No, actually, this is going to lower the cost so that we may be able, if you recall, we had to have a slight increase this year in the county's contribution to the health plan, like everybody in the country, because costs have gone up so much. This savings, I expect to achieve about another $2 to $3 million savings with the other work that we're doing with Aetna to begin to rein in some of the costs that, quite frankly, are decisions that were made years ago that I don't think I would make today, and I don't think this board would make. So no, this will help us to possibly move into the next year without an increase because we're achieving these savings and we're elevating the service to our employees.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Excellent.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. No one else is on the board. Then we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on item number 20 on today's agenda? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 20?
No callers.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, Madam Clerk, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Ron, and the motion is to approve. At this time, Commissioners, you go ahead and cast your votes. And it passes by a vote of 7-0. All right, we're going to then move on to item number 33, which was pulled from the consent agenda by Commissioner Satcher. Commissioner Satcher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at this item, which is for us to provide additional vaccine storage for the Department of Health. As I read through it, just all kinds of alarm bells went off for me. Our governor has done a great job, but there are a lot of people at a lot of layers of government that have made bad decisions, that have not turned out for the welfare of the general people. Right now, the Biden administration is still actively fighting to fire our U.S. military members who do not feel comfortable getting the vaccine, and is still fighting in court to require anyone signing up to take that regardless of their health or what decision they've decided to make. I've got friends, personal friends, who worked through COVID, put their lives on the line during that time, that were, everybody's posting all these, respectful accolades, and then as soon as the vaccine comes out and they say, well, I'm not going to do that, they were fired. So people that that took this risk, they were fired. So the last thing I am going to vote for is any type of preparation for anything in the future to give, more storage for vaccines, and specifically in my briefing was said that it would be for children. And I'm sure that we're going to hear that, well, this is not the COVID-19 vaccine. Give me a break. We know what's coming. We're not stupid. And, and I believe that so many of the things that were brought up have now borne out once we see the documents, once we see the information. So much of what is accused as a conspiracy theory later comes out to be true. And so regardless, I am not voting to spend taxpayer money to up the storage of vaccines in Manatee County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Hopes, would you like to respond or maybe elaborate on the motion, or not necessarily the motion, but the agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was looking for someone from Public Safety. I think there's a misunderstanding of what these units are for. First and foremost, the Health Department is placing them at the EOC for refrigerating and or freezer storage of vaccines and other pharmaceuticals that need to be maintained at those temperatures. It is not specific to COVID or anything like that, and quite frankly, perhaps the health department shouldn't even said vaccine. This is to provide an alternate emergency storage for medications, vaccinations, measles, mumps, and rubella, influenza, whatever the health department has under current storage. Should there be a hurricane or a storm event where there's a risk of losing power, those materials can be transferred to the EOC and placed in the health department's refrigerated and frozen units there so that they don't get wasted. And a perfect example are your routine vaccinations for newborns and young children going to school. Should the health department lose those materials, we could be at risk of not having those vaccines for children, when they need them. And so this is merely an off-site emergency storage facility, and these are small refrigerators and freezers. We're not talking about big, huge walk-in things. And so while I understand the sensitivity to the COVID vaccine, that's not what this is for. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. So we seem to have lost our internet connection here at the dais. Commissioner Cruz is on the board next.
I can't.
Then Ballard. Okay, hold on. Then Ballard, Satcher. You want Baugh to go up before you since you already spoke? Is that okay? Since she hasn't spoken yet?
I just have some questions.
Okay. Baugh and then Satcher. Am I missing anybody on this side? Okay.
Just me, who I'm next.
We have certainly lit up the board now. Commissioner Cruz, the floor is yours.
I just want to clarify a few things. One, we're not really, the implication was we're using taxpayer dollars to store COVID vaccine. All we're doing is basically allowing a door to be open 24/7 at a building we have and giving some floor space to another department to install refrigerators. There's no taxpayer dollars associated with this. There's a request to have a backup location for all types of medicine, some of which have a lowercase v for the word vaccine, not specific to anything. And if the implication is this is clearly steered towards COVID, I'll point out there's only 2 documents on this agenda item. One of them is a letter from the county attorney's office explaining what this is. It's dated January 2020, before there was a COVID vaccine. So the implication that this is geared towards COVID vaccines, and we conveniently structured this agreement prior to even knowing what COVID is, much less having a vaccine to store, that it seems a little bit of a far stretch. This is basic medicine backup for the Department of Health that just wants an alternative location in case they lose power someplace else, and they want some refrigerators to throw stuff in. So when our babies are born, they can properly be vaccinated to the extent somebody chooses to vaccinate their children.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
Yes, so I would echo, number one, I echo Commissioner Satcher's concerns about people having the ability to choose to vaccinate or not to vaccinate. I agree with that completely. However, I don't think that that's the issue here. As Commissioner Cruz said, what we are dealing with is not some kind of conspiracy. It's not spending taxpayer dollars. It's an emergency backup for medications and vaccines that have to be stored at a low temperature. We at the Emergency Operations Center, we have a site that's never going to go down with electricity. The Department of Health does not have that available. So if they lose power, then we have all kinds of medications, all kinds of vaccines that if people choose to vaccinate, they can utilize, that would be lost. We're not spending taxpayer dollars on it. I think that it just makes sense to have this as a backup in an emergency situation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I totally agree with what I've heard from Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Ballard. I guess my couple of questions that I might have that maybe can clear this up is, as far as COVID, I don't think the vaccines last but so long, even refrigerated. So I don't think that that can even be considered at this point. And then the other question that I have, or not question, statement rather, is, if it's that big of an issue, which I understand Commissioner Satcher where he's coming from, but we can certainly put on there to exclude the COVID vaccine. But I don't really think that that's even necessary with what is in the county attorney's letter. So just those comments.
Mr. Chair, if I may add something.
Sure.
Yeah, I just also wanted to note that by law, the health department is not allowed to acquire facilities, lease the facilities, build facilities. It's the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County government that's responsible for providing facilities for the local health department. And it's far less expensive to put a couple of refrigerators at the EOC where, as Commissioner Ballard mentioned, power will not go down, than it is to provide the health department with the same type of energy redundancy that we have at the EOC.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I am not, one of the first things that was said was, well, I think there might be a misunderstanding. I understand perfectly well the proposal. I understand that they're not calling it one thing or another. I also understand that I watched meeting after meeting where health officials came here, talked the then board into eroding people's freedoms. And the board walked into it over and over again, and the people of Manatee County held them accountable during the next 4 years. They came down. I mean, I remember the man standing. I could tell you what he looked like, and I believe he was from the Department of Health, who said that, we had a good policy going, and then two commissioners chimed in and that they had spoken about it, that the policy in Manatee County at that time, this was early on in COVID, and the policy at that time was to take nursing home patients, and if they had any nursing available at their facility, to send them back to their facility rather than letting them come to the emergency room and be seen by the doctors there. That way they would have, if there ever was a run on the emergency room, there'd be room that wasn't taken up by those people. And this board was going, not this board, different people, but they were going down and were voting for that. I was in the back of the room. I was not a commissioner. I came forward and said, if I understand what that man said correctly and what the two commissioners said correctly, you're telling me that a resident of Manatee County you're denying them the best medical care possible because someone somewhere down the line may need some type of care. And all of a sudden, everyone started backtracking because I pointed it out. They changed their tune. Why would we set up, I understand that they're not going to say, what the point of it is. By the way, it's called COVID-19 because it was discovered in 2019. I listen to a radio show when I'm driving in the morning on my way to work, and they were talking about it at the same time period that this CAO, the county attorney's opinion, is dated. Plus, regardless of what we would store anywhere, what have we seen from bureaucrats in this area would put us in a position, motivate us to give them more money, more authority, more space to exert their will on people in the future? Nothing for me makes me want to take that move. I've just seen things that make me want to limit their power and authority over the citizens. And then as far as the argument that this is not taxpayer money, everyone watching this at home, everyone in this, in this facility, in this crowd right now, if you go down and you say, you know what, I've got a little extra stuff that I need to store, and I want it to be nice and cold, and I would love for it to be able to be where the power never went out if there was ever any type of, storm or whatever. And so, Manatee County, I'd like for you to put it at your emergency operations center. I would like a refrigerator and a freezer there. I'm going to put it there. You would be laughed at. It would be absolutely no way, because the taxpayers of Manatee County, and then under the guise or the leading of the government of Manatee County, built that EOC with all the backup generators and the equipment that it has. So obviously this does involve taxpayer money, because the facility itself was paid for by Manatee County taxpayers. I'm amazed this even came before this board. I'm amazed that it's phrased the way it is. How can we be so blind to see 6 commissioners that are no longer up on this board, and probably a good part of each of them, it was because of bad decisions made during the COVID debacle, and then to see it come before us, and we're given the same platitudes. Oh, no, that's not what it's for. It's just for extra storage for measles vaccines, because you never know when you're going to need 3 20-square-foot freezers for measles vaccines. I do understand the situation. I do not want to be involved in the situation. If the Department of Health wants to figure out a way to do this on their own, let them get their own generator, whatever. But I'm not going to vote for something that says we are upping the storage of vaccines in Manatee County. I would encourage all of us not to vote for that. With that, I will be done, though, and we can have our vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know, so we're going to, I have Baugh and Bearden on the board. We're going to conclude this item, and then we will take a 10-minute recess and allow IT to work on getting everybody up and running. But we can just verbally, the old school way, conclude this item. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Satcher, I was on this board for COVID-19, and I was one of 2 that voted against curfews, boat ramps, you name it. I was one of the ones that said no. And if I had any inkling whatsoever that that's what we were doing today, I'd vote no. But I'm not going to let COVID-19 influence me to make decisions that could be harmful to some of our residents, mainly our children. There's a lot of different vaccines that are given to our children. And I can tell you that my children got all the vaccines when they were growing up. I bet you did too. And most of us have. Most of us that's in this room received vaccines when we were children. I don't see a problem with that. I will tell you, if I thought this was for COVID, I would be the first to say, no, I'm not going to go along with this. I don't want it at our public safety building. But I don't believe that's what this is all about. And I got to tell you, I know there were a lot of changes made in 2020 and 22 to commissioners on this board. And I don't think that it's only because of COVID that the majority of changes came about. I think it was a big part of it, but I don't think that was all of it. So I'm just saying that I think sometimes we have to realize that we have to look at things in a different perspective and make decisions that will benefit our citizens, because that is what it's about. I am not in favor of pushing the COVID vaccine, nor would I. That's up to each individual citizen. And I made that argument over COVID when it was really hitting hard. It's not up to any of us to decide yay or nay on that. But that's not what we're doing here today. So I would ask that this board just look at all of the information at hand that we have and make decisions from that standpoint. But Commissioner Satcher, I do appreciate you coming and fighting in what you believe in for the citizens of this county. I can't find fault with that at all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden and then Commissioner Cruz.
Dr. Hopes, where are they currently storing these vaccines? And why all of a sudden right now they need to utilize our facilities for that?
My suspicion is, and the Deputy County Administrator is here after having 2 hurricanes with power outages in the past, like in a month and a half period of time, the state, this is the State Department of Health that's under Governor DeSantis's control, that it made perfect sense to have a backup storage facility for the Department of Health at our EOC.
Got it. And what type of, I guess you can call them vaccines for children, are we looking at storing in this facility? Is there like a top 5 list?
Yeah, your MMR, your measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine are commonly stored at the health department. Your chickenpox vaccine. And what's important about that is, even though the United States was about 10 years late on adopting the chickenpox vaccine, children who are vaccinated now with the chickenpox vaccine don't get chickenpox, which means when they're older and elderly, they're not at risk of having shingles, which can cause blindness and things like that. So, I mean, it's a myriad of vaccines and medications. Some of your biologicals for hemophiliacs and things like that. The health department may have those things stored. And so it's not just vaccines. I mean, it's off-site refrigerated storage for the health department. In cases of an emergency, that's when this would be used.
So during the hurricane, because I'm assuming that you're saying that this is what this was for during that. There's the reason why they need something like this.
Yeah, I think
natural disaster. What type of vaccines are being utilized during that time? Do we know?
It's probably not so much the vaccines that are being utilized during an emergency event like that. Okay. It's really more the stock that they have on hand should there be a power outage or in anticipation. I mean, I had every expectation that given a Hurricane Ian of sorts, that it was probably the health department going through some iterations of, wow, if we lose power, we're going to lose all of these materials and have to replace them at considerable expense. And that would be a taxpayer expense to replace them. But that's my guess. I was not involved in this. Obviously, this initiated before my tenure. We were just bringing it to fruition to the board for the agreement between basically the state and the local county to provide this backup.
Got it. And that would be our responsibility if something were to happen, such as Hurricane Ian, and we had to provide a quick notice, those vaccines or whatever that might be.
It's our responsibility to provide the facilities for the local health department to operate under the state.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve.
Mr. Chair, I'm on the board.
Item number 33. Yours works?
Yeah, mine's not working.
I've pushed it a bunch of times.
Okay, that's okay. It's not working, so you just have to let me know verbally. I have you on the board now. So we have a motion to approve item number 33 by Commissioner Cruz. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Ron. You have that, Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to continue through the board then. Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the vote, I would just like to point out that I heard a news story and I have not followed up on it. But Washington, D.C. is already requiring I believe, children to have these vaccines in order to be able to go to school. So specifically the COVID-19 vaccines. So the exclusion of people with reasonable concerns. I'm not telling anybody what to do. Let everyone make their own decision. This county did an incredible job of getting, vaccines to people that wanted those vaccines. Not perfect all the way through, but as far as, other counties were coming to see our system, as far as how fast it moved, utilizing the parks, the time period where you're supposed to watch over people to make sure they didn't have a reaction. We were able to do dozens, if not hundreds, of people at one time for that. But that was all people that made the choice. And right now in Washington, D.C., they're already requiring it. And you know what goes on in D.C. Liberals love to emulate. And if I were this board that was about to vote for this, I would at least make an amendment. But I'm not going to do that. Y'all can make your own decisions. But I'll be voting against this, obviously. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
Yes, just quickly, I do want to say, I don't want anybody to get any misimpression that there is any effort to mandate any kind of vaccine for people in Manatee County, for children in Manatee County, anywhere in Florida. Our Florida Department of Health has been actually very forward-thinking when it comes to vaccine choice, especially when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine. If you look at our director of our Department of Health in Florida, Dr. Joseph Latipo, he has been an advocate for choice. I understand Commissioner Satcher's perspective, but I don't want anyone to get the idea that this is something that is being proposed in Manatee County or in the state of Florida. This vaccine storage facility for emergencies has nothing to do with potential vaccine mandates in Manatee County. That's all.
Commissioner Baugh. I've waved off a commissioner who wants to call the question, so if we could move this along.
I just want to say that, everyone needs to remember, this is Florida. This is a free state. This is not Washington, D.C. We don't do things like Washington, D.C. We do things like the state of Florida and Governor DeSantis. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no other commissioners on the board. We'll open this item to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 33 on today's agenda? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on item 33?
No calls.
No calls. Okay. All right, we're going to move forward with the vote at this time then. District 1.
No.
District 2.
Oh, that's you.
That's you.
Aye, yes.
District 3 is a yes. District 4.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 6.
Yes.
District 7. Madam Clerk, vote passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher in opposition. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. This board will resume at 10:33. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Continuing through our regular meeting, we are now moving out of consent and into advertised public hearings, presentations upon request. We're going to start with Development Services, item number 42, which is an adoption of Ordinance 22-59, expanding the boundary of Buckhead Trails Community Development District. Are there any commissioners who would like to request a presentation at this time? Okay, hearing none. Our online system is down, so we're going to be doing this verbally, sort of the old-fashioned way. If you'd like to speak, you're going to need to get my attention, and I will write it down. We're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 42? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item number 42?
No calls.
We're going to close public comment, and I'm entertaining motions on item 42. We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve and a second by Commissioner Ron. There are no commissioners on the board to speak. We'll hold the vote at this time. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, item 42 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item number 43 will be introduced now. Adoption of Ordinance 22-58 establishing Buckhead Trails 2 Community Development District. We'll open this item up to public comment. Would anyone like a presentation? Okay, we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 43? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 43?
No calls.
We're going to close public comment and we'll entertain motions.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 43 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item number 44, adoption of Ordinance 22-83, amending the Lake Flores Community Development District as contracted. Would anyone like a presentation on Lake Flores? All right. That being the case, we'll open item number 44 up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on item number 44 at this time? Has anyone called in on item 44?
No calls.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. We'll entertain motions.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Satcher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Madam Clerk, item number 44 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item number 45, which is adoption of Ordinance 22-93, establishing Parish Lakes 2 Community Development District. Would anyone like a presentation on item 45? Hearing no one, we'll open item 45 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who's come to speak on item number 45? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in for item 45?
No calls.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and we'll entertain motions.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Satcher. We have a second by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of approving item 45, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 45 is passed unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We're on item number 46, which is adoption of Ordinance 22-60, establishing Sawgrass Village Community Development District. Would anyone like a presentation? Okay, we're going to open this up to public comment. Anyone from the public come to speak on item 46? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in for 46?
No calls.
Close public comment. Entertain motions on 46.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of approving item 46, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Madam Clerk, item number 46 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We now move into property management, which is item number 47. This is the adoption of Resolution R-22-125, vacating a portion of the Rocky Bluff Shores subdivision plat, and adoption of Resolution R-22-195, vacating a portion of platted right-of-way and the plat of Rocky Bluff Shores subdivision. This is located in District 1. Would anyone like a presentation? We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on item number 47? Seeing no one, we'll open this up to the phones. Has anyone called in for 47?
No calls.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and entertain motions.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 47 is approved unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We now go to Public Works, item number 48, adoption of Ordinance 22-106, creating golf cart road designations within Fairlane Acres. Would anyone like a presentation? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Anyone here to speak on item number 48? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll go to the phones. Has anyone called in?
No calls.
Okay, no callers on item 48. We're going to close public comment and entertain motions.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ron to approve and a second by Commissioner Bearden. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 48 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item number 49 is adoption of ordinance 22-107, amending the existing speed limit zones within Fairlane Acres. Would anyone like a presentation on speed limits in Fairlane Acres? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this up to public comment. Anyone here from the public to speak on those speed limits in Fairlane Acres? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Anyone call in on this item?
No calls.
No callers. We're going to close public comment, and we'll entertain motions.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron. We have a second by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 49 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Okay, now we're moving into advertised public hearings. These are presentations that have been scheduled. The first item is item number 50 under Community and Veteran Services, authorization to submit the 2021-22 Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. Who is here from staff to present?
Mr. Lee Washington and Ms. Julia Vieira should be here. I believe they ran upstairs to come back.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 51.
And come back. Okay,
Correct. Item number 51 under Financial Management. I'm sorry? Item number 51 is supposed to be on presentations upon request. This is adoption of Resolution -22-208, changing the infrastructure sales tax, stay right where you are, to remove projects in the transportation category and to add a project in the public safety and law enforcement category, and adoption of Budget Amendment Resolution B-23-031. Commissioner Ball, would you like a presentation?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay. Who is here from staff to present item number 51?
Our CFO.
All right. We're going to hear from our CFO, Sheila McLean. And then we will go back to item 50 after 51. All right, Madam CFO, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. This is Sheila McLean, Manatee County CFO. Today, I'm here for the public hearing of the infrastructure sales tax to bring the resolution R-22-208, which is bringing forward to change the infrastructure sales tax project and equipment list to remove projects in the transportation category and add a project in the public safety and law enforcement category as per resolution set forth. Today, we are removing two projects, our transportation sidewalks. One of them is in the There we go. The first one is 54th Court East and 74th Place East, Woodlawn Circle West, for a change of $63,000, and we are reducing the IST list by this much. The second one is the Woodlawn Circle South at 79th Avenue East from Erie Road to Dead End North at a reduction of $361,000. These ones are all in District 1. For a total deletion of $424,000. On the opposite side, we're adding one project. This one would be the MSO DeSoto Center roof replacement for an increase to the list of $493,750. At this moment, any questions, Commissioners?
No, but Dr. Hopes has a question.
I just wanted to add, Commissioners, and for the new Commissioners, the sidewalk project in this area was one that was put on the plan a number of years ago, and a number of the residents came forward to the board and expressed their concerns. Staff went out and met with them, and the actual determination was that really the sidewalks were neither needed nor wanted, and that's why you're seeing this money rolling back into the account because it was determined by both the residents and staff that those sidewalks were no longer desired nor needed.
Thank you, sir. So, Commissioners, if there are no other questions, which there don't seem to be any, okay, then we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 51? Okay, seeing no one, then we will go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 51?
No calls.
Okay, no calls on item 51. We're going to close public comment and we'll entertain motions. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 51 is approved unanimously. Thank you, Madam CFO.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move then to item number 50, and I'll just read it real quickly again. Under Community and Veteran Services, authorization to submit the 2021-22 Housing and Urban Development Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or the CAPER. Who is here from staff to present?
I am. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Hopes, County Attorney, Lee Washington, the Director for Community and Veteran Services. Trying to plan the agenda on the fly. You caught me off guard, but we made it for sure. Running 5 flights of stairs, I don't know if I was up for that challenge this morning, but we made it. This morning we have with us is Amanda Warner, who is a programming consultant with the firm Wade Trim, who's been assisting the department in creating some of the HUD reports and is going to present to you this morning. But before we jump into that, if I can steal 30 seconds to introduce you to the new Community Development Project Manager, Ms. Julia Vieira. We were able to seal her away from New Hampshire. Julia, you want to come up? She is replacing Jennifer Yost, who departed in July.
Good morning. My name is Julia Vieira. I'm the new Community Development Project Manager. My background is in public policy evaluation, and I have worked with these types of grants for almost 4 years, and I'm very excited to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to be working for Manatee County's management of these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome aboard.
And just to touch on, she manages all the HUD programs, of which this program and the report that you're going to hear this morning has to do with. So after that, Amanda.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to provide a brief overview of what the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report is and why we're presenting it this morning. And I hope this works. Let's see. No? Okay. All right, next one. All right. So the Community and Veteran Services Community Development Division, the primary objective is to administer federal funding received through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to provide community improvements through public services and public facilities that benefit low and moderate income residents. So what is the CAPER? The Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, which I'm going to refer hereafter to as a CAPER, is basically information that's collected from grantees to inform HUD's annual report to Congress. It highlights Manatee County's success in addressing the goals and objectives that were established in the 5-year consolidated plan. So the 5-year consolidated plan, the last one, was written in 2017 and covers the 2017 through 2021 program years, and that's federal fiscal years. So this consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER, covers the fiscal year 2021 program year. It's the 5th and final year of the consolidated plan. The county is required to submit a CAPER within 90 days after the end of the federal fiscal year. So that's what the CAPER report is reporting on how those goals and objectives were addressed during the program year. So it reports on several federal grant programs that Manatee County participates in. The Community Development Block Grant Program, which you may know as a CDBG, Home Investment Partnerships Program, otherwise known as HOME, an Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG program, which is specifically targeted to address issues surrounding homelessness, and the CDBG CV, or CARES Act supplemental funding. I will say the ESG CV funding is not covered in the CAPER. That's handled separately through a separate reporting process through HUD. So the allocated funding during program year, federal fiscal year 2021, was about $1.9 million in CDBG, about $650,000 in home, and approximately $160,000 in ESG. No additional program income or prior year funding was made available in fiscal year 2021, and there was a supplemental allocation of CDBG and ESG funds under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, otherwise known as the CARES Act, and that was about $2.6 million in CDBG CV and $2.7 million in ESG CV. Again, the ESG CV is not covered under the CAPER. So accomplishments. So the county continued to work towards high priority initiatives. So these are projects, programs, activities. Affordable housing was one of them. So affordable housing includes not only the development of new affordable housing, but also housing rehabilitation, down payment assistance, and other home ownership opportunities. Public services such as housing counseling and transportation assistance, also including meal assistance, legal services, and homeless outreach. And then community improvements such as infrastructure projects and renovation of community services buildings. So the funds dispersed in program year 2021 included current year program funds and prior year funds. And those disbursements were about $770,000 in CDBG, $31,000 in home, and $6,000 in ESG. And I just want to point that these are disbursements, so there may be other ongoing multi-year projects that are funded, but these are the actual disbursements that went out from those programs. And since receiving the CDBG CV and ESG CV allocations, Manatee County administered a number of activities, including but not limited to homeowner rehabilitation, down payment assistance, Meals on Wheels and Project Smile, public service activities, the Sunrise Community of Southwest Florida Adult Training Center remodeling project, and then 15th Street Sidewalk Improvement in Washington Park projects. So this federal funding continues to fund a number of activities across the community. As federally required under the CAPER process, we held a 15-day public comment period that ran from November 21st through December 5th. The report was made available on the county's website and at county offices, and a public hearing is being held, obviously, today to provide an opportunity to collect comments and offer the opportunity to ask questions about the report. Again, this citizen participation is a requirement of the CAPER reporting process. So really, we're here today to provide that opportunity, that public hearing for residents and the commissioners to offer comments and ask questions about the report, and also to request your authorization to submit the report, the CAPER, to HUD. Any questions regarding the CAPER can go to Julia Vieira. She'll be able to answer any specific questions about the content therein. And with that, we'll open it to any comments or questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Is anyone on the board who would like to make a comment at this time? Okay, I have some that are looking at me like they're not sure, but so I don't believe we have any comments at this time. Does that conclude the presentation?
That concludes our. Oh, sorry. Okay, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. No. Oh, Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. First of all, I wanted to commend Mr. Washington because, as you know, I sort of threw this unit to him. And he has done a considerable amount of work to elevate, bring in new management. We've had CRI and other consultants and auditors in there to kind of bring everything together to get it to where we are today. And just wanted to commend and thank him and his team for just an exceptional job with what was a very heavy lift.
I do have a
Commissioner Ballard.
Yes. So I did have the opportunity to look through the CAPER. It's quite a document. I'm sure it takes a lot of work to put it all together. So thank you for doing that. I did notice that unsheltered homeless encounters, it says, have more than doubled since 2019. So 234 to 515 in 2021. So do we have any idea what has caused that to occur, especially when we had so many resources available, especially with the additional COVID funding?
I guess I'll speak to it. I would say it has multi-heads. Obviously, permanent housing, the rental crisis, wages, But I will say with the resources that we have dedicated within this department, not to include those of public safety, there are many resources to help those individuals who are wanting to receive help. Obviously, you're going to have some cases that are a little harder to place than others, and those require those extensive case management. But I would say currently, with the funding that we currently have in place and the resources we have in the community, for those that want to be housed, the help is there.
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, we had prior to the three of you coming on, the board had directed the administrator to set up after the new year a meeting or workshop with the Board of County Commissioners from Sarasota County, and the comments, their questions, and his response just sort of bring that sort of to light, because homelessness obviously is a major issue facing both of our counties and will probably be the first agenda item in that meeting. So, Mr. Washington, just knowing that going forward, you'll likely be called on for some sort of presentation to share numbers like that with us to sort of show the challenge that Manatee County is facing, at least in brief, in comparison to theirs. So
Thank you,
hopefully
Chair.
your
I look forward to
counterpart
that.
will. Commissioner Baugh.
I hate this thing. Yeah, Lee, I know that we have a lot of new staff handling all this now. Is an audit being done of these these programs up into the new positions now that's been filled?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any idea when that might be done?
We have a couple that will be complete and presented to the county administrator within the next week or so as it relates to the housing programs and some of the smaller construction projects. But it's a daily grind. We ask those additional questions when things don't seem to line up, or we just don't understand certain things. We scratch the surface a little bit more and uncover different things that we agree with, some things that we need to change. But we were given the authorization by the county administrator to reach out to those consultants that have the strengths in these areas to ensure that we're implementing the best practices. So it's an ongoing process, to answer the question.
Oh, good, thank you. And the reason I'm asking is because I don't think an audit of this department had been done in quite a while, so that's why I asked the question. Thank you, Lee.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes your presentation?
It does.
All right, thank you very much. We will now open this up to public comment. We are on item 50. I knew we jumped around. So we're on item number 50. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 50, which is our caper? Yeah. All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in on item 50? Are there any raised hands for item 50 on the phones?
No calls.
Okay, no calls for item 50. We will then entertain motions.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 50 passes by a unanimous vote of 7-0. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Sir.
Commissioner Barr, you asked that maybe we can give you an update on that scenario from yesterday. Did you want one, or are you good to go on the assisted living facility?
I'm sorry. I
The
couldn't hear
assisted
you.
living facility that closed down.
Oh, yes,
Did
thank
you get the answers that you needed? You wanted an update at today's meeting, so I'm not sure if you wanted
Yes,
that
that
now,
would be
Mr.
great if
Chair,
you're prepared
or-
for that. Yeah, I know a Commissioner Ballard that's in her district too, as well, so.
You have the captive audience on the microphone, sir. I would
Thank
seize the
you.
moment.
You know
Thank
how
you,
we
Lee.
do. But just to give you an update, as of last night, there were about 4 residents remaining in the facility that the state and an ALF out of Sarasota was reaching out to those families to get them relocated either in Sarasota or Pinellas County. As you saw from the email last evening, Turning Points did step up.
Yeah.
And we're going to provide the bedding and personal items for those individuals who are not able to take their own personal items from the assisted living facility due to the bed bugs. But currently, we believe that we have the scenario under control, and those folks should be placed by the end of today.
Thank
Wonderful.
you so
Thank
much
you, sir.
for working on that so quickly.
Commissioner Baugh.
You know what, this is what I love about Manatee County. I mean, this all really hit yesterday, and you guys were on it quickly and got great results for these poor citizens that were going through this. And it's bad any time of the year, but right now with the holidays, it makes it even worse. So I really appreciate it, and thank you. And thank Turning Points. They're an awesome organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. the fun that everyone's been waiting for. So we are now going into the regular portion of the agenda, and we're going to start with Public Works. And these are all of the road projects are the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, obviously 6 is the big 6. So the next 6 items will be held, we'll do them each individually, so we will hold public comment on each of them, and they will each be voted on individually. So if you're here for 59th, when we call public comment for that specific one, it'll just be for 59th. So you'll want to speak then. You'll hold off if you're here for Lena. Okay, we're going to start with item number 52, which is adoption of resolution R-22-218, approving the recommended alignment of 59th Street West from Cortez Road to Manatee Avenue as a 4-lane facility with a roundabout at 17th Avenue West. Who's here from staff to present?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Scott May with Public Works, County Engineer. The first project we've got before you is the modifications we have to the original Big 6 alignments, this one being 59th Street. Kind of tried to break this down into a nice, easy-to-see format. You can see what the changes that we have, and I've got a couple visuals to go with each of these. 59th, we've now eliminated all full takes that we had originally shown in there by making some modifications to the plans and everything at our new alignment that we have there. We did add a second left turn lane at Cortez to turn onto Manatee Avenue. With that additional, it does add some additional partial land take.
I think that's a typo there. So the added left turn lane is at Manatee and 59th.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I apologize. Sorry.
That's okay.
Manatee, not Cortez. I misspoke. And then from there, we are converting. Originally, when you take a look at the alignment, we'll get into the pictures in here in a minute. You had where we had median strips and everything in there, so where to eliminate the needs for people to turn left and get in their homes and having to do U-turns, we've now went to the 2-way bi-directional left turn lanes that you'll see in here, and that's basically from 9th Avenue up to Manatee. And then we shifted the roundabout east. Basically, that avoided business impacts, and we only affect 2 properties instead of the 4 that were originally in the plan. We modified some ponds at GT Bray from what was originally on there, and then along 36th Avenue, along 75th from 36th Avenue West North to roughly Sunchase Apartments, we pushed the sidewalk up against the curb line so that we did not end up getting into the walls or any of the fencing that's out there for it. And then basically we did the same thing from 11th Street North to Manatee Avenue. And if you go to the first slide there, you'll kind of see here, this kind of defines what the differences are. If you take a look at the top, that's what was originally approved, where we had the single left turn lane, you see a straight lane and a right. And now if you go down to the next one, you'll see we've now added in the dual left turn lanes, a straight lane, and then the right turn lane as well. There is a little bit additional right-of-way impacts, as you can see for the red up there on the bottom drawing. That shows the additional land we need, because we are adding basically 11 foot of asphalt to what was originally in there. And then to the right, you'll see this is where I was talking about we had pushed the sidewalk up against the curb. As you can see in the picture above, it shows it's roughly, you got the curb, some grass area, and then your sidewalk. Now we're putting the sidewalk right up against it so that we can get in and avoid any impacts to the homeowners that have their fencing and walls there. You want to go to the next one real quick, Chad? This is the roundabout we had talked about. The initial roundabout had all 4 corners with some partial impacts, which affected some parking for the doctor's office, which we have now shifted. So we're basically affecting some of the pond for the condo community there, and also, I believe that's, drawing a blank, Bishop. There we go. Thank you. And but basically that'll fit the roundabout in there, which does slow traffic down and everything. We do know there's some discussions of looking, whether it's a signal or a roundabout, and we are still working on that part. But this alignment, if there's a modification made to it, would shrink the right-of-way needs, which means we wouldn't have to bring it back for an alignment modification again. And I think there might be one more on this one. Nope, that's it. So those are basically the big changes that happened in there. On the exhibit, there's an Exhibit A for the attachment, just for the clerk. That is the last sheet that was included in here. That is actually Exhibit A, but it is not labeled as such. It is the large drawing that's shown there in the attachments.
Okay, thank you, Clark. Chad, keep the slide that's up, keep the roundabout up if you would, even though I'm going to reference another slide. So the adjustment at Manatee Avenue and 59th Street, adding the second left-hand turn lane, I can't thank you enough for that. We really can't thank you enough for making adjustments so that we eliminated all full parcel takes, and also drastically limited. Scott did a great job of drastically limiting right-of-way acquisition. From what I recall, none of the homes along Spanish Park are going to be impacted on their personal property, right? It'll be existing county right-of-way only that is used.
Correct. There'll be some
Correct.
grading that we might have to do a little bit, but it would just be to make
Correct. There's
sure it
no
matches and it's-
take of private property.
Correct.
Which is huge. So I really thank you for that. Initially, we wanted to do, this is for the commissioners, initially we wanted to do multiple roundabouts on 59th and eliminate the red lights. However, because on a 4-lane road, the roundabout, you can't have any sort of lane drifting like you can on a 2-lane. The size of the roundabout, because of the geometry of it, has to be much larger, and so the right-of-way acquisitions would not have made the juice worth the squeeze. I mean, right-of-ways are great for traffic flow, they're even better for safety. We all sat through like a 4-hour FDOT meeting where we wanted to pull our hair out, out east, but that's certainly something we took from it. I mean, I'm sure Scott was enjoying every minute of the traffic engineer's presentation that day. So since it wasn't going to work, I asked Scott to eliminate the roundabouts. However, when we first voted on this, the language the board gave staff was 59th Street to include roundabouts. So Scott had to follow the direction of the board and bring us at least one roundabout in his presentation. So what I'm looking for from you all is to eliminate this for a vote to eliminate the roundabout, because we could only eliminate it through a vote. So I'm looking for a vote to eliminate the roundabout. And my other concern is pond locations at Bray, but this is only phase 1, because we've broken 59th Street into 2 phases, correct?
It hasn't been broken yet, but it will be broken at a certain point in time.
Is now the appropriate time for me to bring up the pond location at the T-ball field?
You can bring that up. We are looking at that right now, and they're figuring out the details of it.
Okay, do you require action from the board to make that change, or you'll start looking for other pond sites without action from the board?
We should be able to do it since it is Bray, and we have the ability to do it without needing to go through eminent domain process. So I don't believe you would need to do that, but I defer to Bill in this case. If we're getting from ourselves, I don't think we have to go through that alignment approval for that piece with the ponds.
And if they do have to do eminent domain, they would just come back to us, obviously. Nothing will be done without the board approval.
Yeah, I would need more detail to be able to give you an opinion on that. I'm not sure I understand the issue.
So the subject simply is changing the location of a pond site on GT Bray site would be the idea. Instead of, at X location at Bray, it would be Y location, still on GT Bray land.
Is that pond site reflected in the alignment that's in the resolution as an exhibit, or is it not part of that?
The current pond site that is there is not shown where the T-ball fields is. It's shown in a different location. But it's still on the GT Bray property, and it's still the same size. The difference we're looking at is moving it along those back of the T-ball fields.
This stuff is very litigious when it gets to court. And you can see my assistant county attorney standing there.
She's lurking behind you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on down, Pamela. And if you disagree with me about this, go ahead and say so. But my inclination is, if the board wants to make changes to this, they should direct that those changes be made and brought back to the board as part of the drafted exhibits, so that that's what's adopted in the resolution. Is that the best way to do it, Pamela?
Good afternoon, no, good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Pamela DiAgostino, Assistant County Attorney for the record. That is certainly a way it could be accomplished, but considering that if the county engineer is proposing putting ponds only on county property, no matter where they're going to put it, the board could simply authorize the alignment, provided that any ponds are located on county property, and then staff has the discretion to locate the ponds, provided they're within county property.
Okay, that's a good point, and I may be conflating the two issues because I was thinking about the roundabout, to be honest with you. I was more concerned about the idea that we're going to eliminate the roundabout. That's fine if the board wants to do that, but should that not be reflected in a revised alignment that's brought back to the board for adoption?
I don't think from a technical perspective, they need to dictate whether it's a roundabout or whether it's a regular intersection, as long as
They
the
want
limits
to.
of the alignment will allow for either.
So the concern was that the original direction the board gave was for 59th Street alignment to include roundabouts, and, staff felt uncomfortable bringing us something that was in direct contradiction of the board's direction.
And I agree with that. I think it's more appropriate to just stick to the concept of the alignment itself that's depicted, whether that be a roundabout or an intersection. I mean, to the extent that the board wants a roundabout and you want that done no matter what, you need to give that direction. But if you don't want that, then you need to give the discretion to staff to allow them to choose between a roundabout or a straight intersection, allowing them to choose within the limits of what's depicted.
Okay, so a proposed motion, wait, don't go anywhere yet. So a proposed motion would include language that said we approve this roundabout while giving staff discretion we approve this alignment while giving staff discretion on the need for roundabouts.
Whether the appropriate design is a roundabout or an alternative
Right,
intersection.
as well as pond locations on county property.
Yes, that would
So
work.
moved.
Is that good enough? I can't do the motion anyway, so we'll hold off on that for a second. Okay. Roundabout pond locations, those were and thank you for eliminating the total takes and the right-of-way act. That was my comments. Anyone else on the board that would like to speak at this time? Okay, we're going to go to public comment, then we'll do motions. Okay. So if you signed up, my system is down, but obviously everyone will have an opportunity to speak. So you can organize yourselves however you like, if you want to go by age or height or alphabetical order, or it can just be total chaos, whatever you choose today.
We'll do chaos.
Okay, so we'll go Lori and then McGarry. So just as a reminder, I know you've sat through this whole meeting, but this is agenda-specific items. So you'll state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the alignment of 59th Street. Ma'am?
My name is Lori Kiefer, Manatee County. I do have a question, though. Can I, in addition to what I was going to speak on, may I ask a question?
Just ask your question over the course of your statement, and then when we conclude public comment on the item, I'll try to answer your question.
Cool, thank you. I am here in opposition of the widening of 59th Street. Commissioner Cruz, you had spoken last meeting about getting ahead of infrastructure, which I thought was great to put out there. I took a ride and I drove on Erie Road and Moccasin Wallow Road and Lorraine Road because of that. There were 2 lanes for miles, bordered by grass and ditches. There were a few left turn lanes with new developments or churches, no lighting. Sidewalks were patchy. Some were at the outsides of allotments and some were at churches. Erie Road had some north side sidewalking and getting some new infrastructure close to 301 there. So that was a whole new picture for me, all in one. So I see what you mean by that. I question how they compare to all of 59th Street, though. 59th Street received its infrastructure many years ago. Its 2 lanes function extremely well because there are almost continuous left turn lanes everywhere, in addition to a number of right turn lanes to help out. Almost all the intersections have left turn arrows. Sidewalks run the length of the east side, and more would be welcomed, of course. A multi-use path would be welcomed, and since a bike lane can't be added, even with widening to 4 lanes, one could be added without the widening. What I don't understand is what we could possibly be getting ahead of with the 59th Street widening. The little spoken agenda points to the future development in the area south of Cortez along the southern 75th Street extension going to El Conquistador Parkway. I'd like to address that. This is directed to each of you. It's a little unique, I guess. I'm asking you to get in your cars and drive west on Route 70 from your side of town. It's 4 lanes, of course. Follow 70 into West Bradenton, where it becomes 53rd Avenue, still 4 lanes. You'll cross over 34th Street. IMG has a lot of the property there on the left. You'll notice that 53rd is still 4 lanes, but now it has a median and is generously lighted. It has infrastructure there and is ready for that new development. You'll pass the intersection of 43rd Street on your right, it goes north. You'll pass the intersection of 51st Street on your right, it goes north. If you glance to your left, to the south, you'll see acres and acres of that yet-to-be-developed land. Continue west on 53rd Avenue, you'll pass 66th Street on your right. It goes north. Then you'll get to the roundabout where you can either bear right and take 75th Street north, or you can bear left at the roundabout approach and take 75th Street to the south while you're curving around the other side of all that acreage. Please note that you never saw an intersection for 59th Street because it isn't there. You simply can't get to it from there. Who would pass up all those other connectors to find their way to the 2.3 miles of 59th Street? Please take this ride. It's enlightening. I did have a question, though. Can I go over time with that?
Go ahead and ask your question.
Regarding the double lane addition at Manatee, which sounds like a great idea, but is FDOT not involved? And I question how, like a truck with a boat or landscape equipment with a trailer would have the radius to make that left turn with that little median that's on Manatee with the post at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. McGarry, so please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you have 3 minutes to speak specifically on 59th Street, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity. Robert McGarry, Manatee County resident, resident of Point West. We had our board meeting last night. We have it the first Monday of every month. The first question all of the board members wanted to know is, when did you find out about this project? 2 weeks as of today. Now, I know at the last meeting, it was mentioned it's on the website, and the general reaction to that was, are they kidding us? There should have been public notice and great explanation to the residents. You're going to change the lifestyle of the people living off 59th Street forever. There will be 2 years of construction that will be very difficult to put up with and drive through. Right now on 43rd Street in Cortez, there's about 100 yards of widening on one of the turn lanes. It's a nightmare to go there. I will not drive there again. I did it twice. It took me 5 light changes to get through. There's been a lot of work done on your part that we didn't know about. And I'm sure there's a lot of good scientific and technological things that were well done. But conceptually, West Braden and Manatee Avenue have been around. I've been here 45 years. They have not changed much in the last 40 years. What is the allure? What is the great interest of being able to go to Manatee Avenue from that area by the roundabout on 53rd? Cortez Road has plenty of shopping, restaurants, and stores. 41 has plenty of restaurants, shopping, and stores. An evacuation route, the best way to go is down 53rd or Cortez out to the highways, 301, 41, and the interstate. We just don't understand, and I've been driving around this area for 40 years. I lived in San Remo Shores for 44 years. Who's going to west and northwest Bradenton from that south subdivision? I know there's going to be thousands of homes and condos and apartments, but what is the great need? The people coming from the north in northwest Bradenton and north of Manatee have no problem getting through. I don't see why, conceptually, as Lori said, 59th Street doesn't go through. You're going to have to drive to 75th and make a right-hand turn and go 16 blocks at 59th to turn left, and it's 4 lanes. We are against it. The Village of Point West had their homeowners association meeting last night at 6:30. Ours started at 7. I stopped in there. They don't like the project at all. They're as negative about it as we are. And the general question was, how come we only found out about this within the last 2 weeks? And I know it's on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Come on down. Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Okay. Carrie Wilson, Manatee County. First of all, thank you for making some changes. I appreciate that. And I am still against the 4-lane road, and I don't know anyone who isn't in my area. This is about something a little different, though. I would first like to attempt to set straight an apparent misunderstanding from last time. Since learning that there would be a 59th Street West Road project, the information that we have acquired regarding what might happen with the road or what will happen with the road and to our properties was not obtained from lawyers. The letters from the lawyers simply served to alert us to the fact that there would be a project and that some property would likely be acquired by the county. As I mentioned previously, once we were notified, we did research. And most, if not all, of that research has been done via your website, which we thoroughly searched soon after we became aware of the project. We have been following the plans closely on the site since that time, and we continue to watch the various changes closely. Secondly, I'm not really sure why the average person would look at a county website regularly without knowing of a specific need to do so. Prior to 2 months ago, I had not heard anything in local news either, and it seems I was not the only one to have missed news of this project. I expect and understand that it is much likely easier not to deal with us before or in the early stages of a project and to simply present us with completed plans. It's true that we probably would not have been thrilled to learn of it at any point in time. However, we are a lot less happy knowing now that we were only to be presented with a completed plan and to receive acquisition notices in the mail, which have now begun to arrive. We would like to have received letters in the early stages or to have had a sign put up with plan information, or even better, to have been invited to give input and to collaborate before the project began. I suppose this may be something for you to bear in mind in the future. Finally, though I am not making an accusation, I would like to request transparency and honesty now and hereafter. Though we are capable of doing and are doing our own research, we would like to hear from you on all of what you know about this project. We do not need to be protected from incomplete information. You can simply qualify it as such. Once again, I hope that our voices will be heard and that all of our needs and wishes will be carefully considered. I do thank you for what you just showed us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for clearing that up. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak? Sir?
My name's Randy Johnson, Manatee County. Live directly on 59th Street. I've talked to people walk by every day. Nobody wants this. The only ones that I know that want it are developers and possibly some of you. The big six. 59th is not a big six. You really have big five. Around the big five, I call it, there's building everywhere, construction everywhere. None of that is on 59th Street. You said you wanted to fix a problem before it breaks. If there's no building on 59th Street, there's no breakage. I don't see it. It's not possible. Unless Manatee has acquired Bishop, unless you're going to build there, there's nowhere to build. There's no reason for this. He said, Mr. Cruz said, we're giving 59th Street because it's commercial. Well, yes, some of it is commercial, but a lot of it from Manatee to 17th is all residential. I think there's two, maybe three businesses, doctor's offices, that's about it. They have their own driveways. Residents have driveways that go to 59th Street. We have to be able to back out or pull in, or possibly have room to turn around to get back out on 59th Street. With this proceeding, I see that not happening. You're going to make it miserable for anybody that lives on this road to do that. There's no reason for it on our road. Find another six. Manatee, 59th Street is not your six. You have other places to spend your money. I would request that from Manatee to 17th, you keep it residential. Spend your money elsewhere. We don't need it widened there. We need to be able to get onto our streets safely. Mr. Bearden always says, what's best for the citizens? That's what's best for citizens on 59th Street, is this not to happen from Manatee to 17th. Back up your words, vote no against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Yes, sir. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence.
My name's Dr. Irv Zamokoff, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I built my office in Tanglewood at 51st and 59th Street 50 years ago. And so I've seen the area grow, and I've seen the professional area grow. There are over 26 professionals, doctors and dentists and chiropractors and so on in that area, and probably another 10 or 11 or 12 auxiliary personnel, hygienists and so on that attract patients every day. So there's literally 600 to 1,000 cars that drive in and out of that general area to see doctors every single day. Now, if I understand, there was not going to be a median south of 21st anymore in the amended plan?
Please speak into the microphone, sir.
Yeah, okay. My main concern was the median that was going to exist, which would mean any traffic driving south would have to make a left turn or in order to get into the main entrance to Tanglewood, would require a U-turn. And if we have 600 to 1,000 cars a day, mostly seniors, some super seniors, at least we'll have approximately 200 cars a day making that U-turn. And that's a problem waiting to become a disaster. Also, we get a few semi-trucks into this area as well. And they would have no access to come into the professional areas. Where the left turn lane exists on at least the outline that was presented earlier, it does not turn into anything other than someone else's private office. So that left turn lane would create all these cars turning into an area where they couldn't get into Tanglewood without winding their way back across private property. And you can imagine a couple hundred cars a day trying to do that. The secondary entrance into Tanglewood is too small to handle the volume of traffic that would require that or any supersized trucks. So that's a big problem for us. It needs to be amended in some fashion if this road is going to go through. I would also like to voice my personal opinion. I don't believe we need a roundabout at 17th. We do need some improvement for left turns both at Manatee and Cortez. But besides that, I don't really know that we need to be four-laned. That's my own personal opinion. But if it does go through, the ideal south of 21st Street would just be a single left turn lane for both directions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I saw our traffic engineer taking notes as you were talking, so I'm sure we'll discuss the main Tanglewood Park entrance. Okay, sir, please state your first and last name, your
Larry
county
Grossman,
of residence. Sir, your
Manatee
county of,
County.
sir, your county of
Manatee
residence.
County.
Sir, when I'm finished, you may start.
Okay.
Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes specifically on this item.
Larry Grossman, Manatee County. I looked at the traffic report. I have to say that you're projecting to 2045 with some certainty. I can't believe that. It's like saying Tom Brady will be quarterback for the Bucs in that year. That is about as accurate as this traffic report will be, or is. So, I sent a letter to you. I made an error stating that 59th would be designated an arterial in the future. 2035 LRTB, the Long-Range Transportation Plan. It will be designated a collector, except that the 2035 plan calls for 4 lanes with 120-foot right-of-way, which is like calling it an arterial with that number of lanes and amount of right-of-way. Very wide street. But as a collector, which collects from the local streets feeding into it, the street can't functionally do any more in terms of attracting an appreciable number of trips than it is doing now. It doesn't serve, it's not a commuter route, it can never be a commuter route. It ends at Manatee Avenue. So the congestion is really at the intersections, and there's not really much you can do about it. You can change the timing perhaps, but making it wider doesn't make it better. You can't fit more lanes, and you can't fit more lanes going into an arterial that doesn't also have more lanes, which you can't do. Any case. So to me, this is just a waste of money and misconceived. And of course, it was conceived without the participation of the residents, who seem to be the last to find out what this is all about. I would ask that the county administrator get their attorney to just review for the citizens the notification requirements for this kind of project, and how is it that the people who could be most affected were the least informed about this project? There's got to be some notifications other than go look at the CIP. That's not what these folks do every day. Someone like me could do that because I'm retired, and I might have an interest in this, but certainly you can't expect citizens to, especially when you're going to directly impact them, to know all this stuff. You've got to contact them directly, and not from the lawyers. Don't blame the lawyers. They're just doing their job, aggressive or not. That's what they're doing. It's your job to inform the citizens. Making this 4 lanes is just going to make it a speedway because you have more capacity than you have traffic volumes. And that isn't going to make it a safe street. It's going to make it an unsafe street. Especially given, and you've heard testimony from the doctor, I can get my doctor to come if it was not during his working hours. He also has his offices on 59th Street. This, you have the children from the school, the Sugg School, and the elementary school. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on 59th Street? Yes, ma'am. So when you get to the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes on this item.
My name is Mary Ann Faulkner. I am a resident of Manatee County and have been for the last 23 years. I live in that particular area right off 59th Street, and for the life of me, I cannot understand why our commissioners are going to vote for something that the residents of the area are completely against. And you can say, well, there's only a few members here. But I guarantee you that if the residents in that area were made aware of what you're planning to do, needlessly spending our tax dollars and putting our homes, the school children, and the people in that area at risk, they would be up in arms. I will be ashamed if you do vote this project in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There he is. So first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes on this item, sir.
Hello, thank you. My name is James Shepard from Manatee County, Florida. I spoke last week about this same thing. Of course, we're all against this. My concern is who's going to benefit from this? Only in that what we can figure out when we speak about this is the only people that's going to benefit is the developers and the people who are supporting these developers. And another concern I have is, because I'm not real familiar with it, is if you guys have, let's just say, 15 feet of easement, and you use that 15 feet of easement, aren't you then going to have to take 15 feet more of our property to make the easement? I don't know the answer, but maybe you guys could address that, because like I said, I don't know enough how that works. But that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on 59th Street? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in on 59th Street?
We have no raised hands at this moment.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. I am going to ask Scott to come forward to speak on the question about the easement while it's fresh in my mind.
Sure. Just to clarify with that, what it is we are acquiring right-of-way, which is where we need it, and that's the small amount. There is a certain amount of easement that is needed. What that is it's basically to harmonize driveways and the grass areas that are there. We want to make it so that the drives are not too steep or create a problem where a car might bottom out or something to that effect, and also to make sure grass is mowable and things like that. So when we get in there to do this, we basically have to have a little bit of an easement. We call it, temporary easement because we're just doing it, but because of codes and everything, we do permanent easements because we are permanently altering the ground level or the driveway as the approach came in.
Okay.
But whether that's 15 feet or 3 feet from the right of way, it just depends on where the grades fall at and with where it is. But
Okay.
we need to make it a safe condition.
And so, as Chad steps up, I guess my question, what he's referring to, I believe, is everyone knows that basically everything in between the sidewalk and the road belongs to the county, right? And usually it's actually the power pole. Usually your light pole, your power pole is, they push that as far back as they can,
That
so they
was
don't have
the
to move them again.
terminology I was just going to change. Some people will use that interchangeably, easement or right-of-way.
Right.
In cases of what I believe the individual was referring to is the existing right-of-way. We would consume it. When we consume it with improvements, no, we do not have to add back what was there. The sidewalk or the road is just getting closer to the edge of the right.
So his property line, if we utilize our existing right-of-way, the property line does not change? Correct. Okay.
Where those are, the property line does not change. However, there may be a need for a temporary, well, what I call temporary is all we're doing is we're coming in and regrading grass or driveways so that it matches in.
Sure, and I understand that. And that's the way I understood it, but I wanted someone smarter than me to stand up and say it. Okay. Do we have any commissioners on the board at this time? Commissioner Baugh.
I just have a question. The one thing that I heard time and time again is no, the residents do not seem to understand why we have the need to do anything to the road. I think that's what I'm hearing. So, Scott, if you could address that, because I'm out east, so I'm not as familiar with this particular area. If you could help me with that, sir.
Sure. Basically what it is you've got major routes that are utilized for all residents of the county to utilize through there. 75th, 59th, for your area, it would be kind of like Lakewood Ranch Drive, Bourneside, Lorraine, those areas that are in there. And so
they're nice roads. They're nice roads.
As you're
Okay, go ahead.
So as you get in there, you have these areas where people are using it, and as 75th gets busier, then you start having more lanes shift over to go other routes, and rather than getting them to go through neighborhoods, you create what's thoroughfares, which are the primary routes that you want to go, which is what these have been listed as. Now, correct, and earlier I think someone said 120-foot right-of-way. That is our standard process, but as a way to look at minimizing this, we did narrow this down to look at what were the absolute needs for this area to meet the requirements of that. And part of that, as residents have alluded to here, is not only are we looking at doing the lanes for the roadways, we're doing the multi-use path to get bicycles and other people and pedestrians to utilize it more. We're doing the multi-use path off to the side and not along the edge of the pavement, because we prefer families and residents to be using something that's a little further away from the pavement.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else on the board for this? Okay, I've spoken, I think, pretty extensively on it last week. Staff did a good job of presenting, and we're going to hold a community meeting on this in January, which time I'll speak with any and all residents to come forward. But I think really, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, one note, and I think Public Safety had provided you with some data about, while the residents may not see it, the only trauma center in the county is on 59th, which is Blake. And so anybody that has trauma has to go to that facility. And I think they provided the data of how many times, the ambulances were backed up and left turn lanes were blocked and things like that. So, sometimes it's at times when residents may not notice when it becomes a significant problem, and it's only going to get worse. The county's growing, the population out west is growing, and that's a major factor that we only have one trauma center in Manatee County, and it's on 59th. And with the Suggs rebuild of the new school, they added, capacity. I think, almost 200 students capacity for that school, and that too is on 59th.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they're pretty aware of the number of ambulances that go up and down 59th, though, because I hear them, and I'm not right on 59th, but I still hear them. Okay. Any other commissioners on the board? All right, seeing none, we will entertain motions at this time. And by the way, the motion that I'm looking for, if anyone wants to make it, is to adopt or to approve the motion, the realignment, with the caveat of allowing staff to use their discretion in terms of the need or location of roundabouts and for pond locations on county-owned property.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh. Second. And a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, Item number 52 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We are now going to go on to item number 53, which is adoption of Resolution R-22-220, approving the recommended alignment of 63rd Avenue East from US 301 to Tuttle Avenue. Mr. May, I assume you are presenting on this item as well.
Correct. Once again, 63rd, this will be the same comment I make for everyone, for the clerk. The large image file at the back is actually Exhibit A, as in the attachment, so it should be included with it.
Mr. May, I'm going to ask you to pause for a quick moment.
Sure.
Allow the room to clear. Commissioner Ron wanted to make a statement.
No, I'm just wondering, are we going to have enough time to get through this? It's 11:40 now. Are we going to push through 12 o'clock to? This is a project in my district that I want to get a lot of information on. I have a lot of citizens that are concerned. So I just want to make sure that we're going to give it ample time, and it's 20 minutes ample time.
Sir, your microphone's not on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so.
I'm pretty loud anyway. So my question was, Mr. Chair, it's 11:40 right now. Are we going to give it ample time to be discussed? Are we going to break at noon for lunch? And are we going to come back and revisit this after lunch for the conversation, or is that, can we do that?
We can, and that might be a good suggestion because Mr. Clegg, which is his job, caught a faux pas in our previous motion that we passed, and that is that GT Bray is, we referred to, I used the term county-owned property, and GT Bray is owned by the city of Bradenton, and it is leased by Manatee County. So, Mr. Clegg, I'll turn this over to you.
You could revise the motion to say county-owned or leased property.
I mean, should we just give him discretion on pond sites overall in general?
It cannot be on private property is the issue. That's the issue, is that that's more difficult. So the discretion would be for
on government-owned
or leased property. You could say government-owned property.
Okay.
Government-owned property is fine.
So Commissioner Ball, would you like to amend, or do you want to hold the vote over? How do you want to do this?
Can we have the clerk restate the motion?
Okay, the motion was to approve the realignment, allowing staff to use their discretion as to the need and location of roundabouts and the location of ponds. It was read as county property, and we can amend it to, as recommended, county to government property.
Correct. So I would like them to take that vote again. So I would like the board to just vote on that motion with the change from county-owned to government-owned. And Commissioner Ball, you could just say so moved. And the seconder could agree.
I agree.
And then we could just vote it again.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that amended motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Chairman, a suggestion?
Sure.
The Courtney DePaul, her reports will go quickly. If you want her to just give her reports before lunch.
That would be fine. Scott, stand down, sir. Okay.
Ms. DePaul, so, Mr. Chair, that'd be items number
58,
through
59?
60.
And 60, you want 60 as well?
Well, 58 through 59.
Dr. Hopes, is action required on 58 through 60?
I do not believe so. You're just receiving the reports, if I'm
That's
not
correct.
mistaken.
Okay,
Correct?
so no action required. Then 58 through 60, I will turn over to Deputy County Administrator Courtney DePaul.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Courtney DePaul. I'm Deputy County Administrator. With me for this first item is Lacey Pritchard. She's my Business Services Manager, as well as my Building Official, Bill Palmer. So they're just going to tell you a little about something that's going on with Florida statute. Lacey.
Well, it's still morning. Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator. We're here to just kind of give you guys an update on Florida's legislation passed, Florida Statute 553.899 for a condo association, a condo milestone inspection program. So we have implemented a new program that these inspections will occur on condos that reach 25 years of age that are within the 3 mile of the coastline, and for 30 years of age outside of the coastline. Inspections will occur every 10 years after that. With the assistance of ITGIS and collaboration with the Property Appraiser's Office, we were able to identify 510 structures in Manatee County that have reached the 3 stories or higher. Out of those 510, we have identified 105 of those structures within unincorporated Manatee County, which we're responsible for. The municipalities outside, they're responsible for those themselves. We will be mailing out postcards this week to all of those registered condo associations of the 105. It will have a QR code, and there's a picture of it. That is a 123 GIS survey that will not only get pertinent information, but will also start mapping those on a GIS map viewer. And so and we'll be in compliance with our notification that we were set for December 30th to have that done. And we'll continue to update you all on the progression of that program.
So just to clarify for the public, so this was as a result of that Miami building collapse, and so this is why the statute was passed. We've been communicating already with the community. This is just more outreach to let them know municipalities are responsible for doing their own for their facilities that meet this criteria. But that was sort of what started this entire thing, why it was enacted in May of this year. So facilities have until December of 2024 to complete these inspections if they're due. And again, these are structural engineering inspections that are required. So thank you. And then I'll introduce the next item too. If you have any questions.
Great. No, ma'am. Thank you.
Next item is really exciting. Not that this item wasn't exciting, so thank you, Lacey.
That was exciting.
Yeah, this one's really exciting. So this one is a publication of legal notices that'll be done on our website electronically. And so this also requires an LDC text amendment. And so I've got Nicole Knapp here to provide an update on that. And we've gotten so much support from Bobby Roy, from IT, from a lot of folks. And why we really wanted to take this here today was because this will also be offered to every county employee that needs to advertise something publicly. And then our hope is that in the future, we could extend this to other municipalities within Manatee County. So let me.
Saving tax dollars.
Yes.
Bring up Mrs. Knapp.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager. It's a little clicker. Sorry. There it goes. So today, as Courtney said, we're here to share with you some exciting news regarding changes and improvements to the county's business process as it relates to our public legal notices. As some of you may be aware, in 2022, Florida legislature enacted House Bill 7049, and that was approved by the governor in May. The act is related to the requirements of public legal notices, specifically revising the statute so that we can use the county website to advertise our public legal notices and no longer use the newspaper. So this bill takes effect January 1st, 2023, so just a couple weeks from now. And beginning in January 1st, we will notice our legal notices on the newspaper, on our website and not in the newspaper. I eventually am going to get a couple slides, and I'm going to get to a little demonstration, and we'll dazzle you with everything that the website has already set up. But I want to just point out a few positives first. The legislation requires that we have the ability, when we post our notices, to be within 1 or 2 clicks maximum. So it's efficient for our readers, and they can find it. So when we show you the demonstration, you'll see that right on the home page, there's a button that directs you to the public notices. You hit it once, and it takes you directly to all the public notices, and they'll be grouped by meeting types. The public notices will be ADA compliant, so that improves the accessibility of the web content for all types of devices, for all types of disability ranges. The format will be searchable, so if someone is not too sure what they're looking for, they could try street address or common project name. But again, they're all listed by meeting type, so hopefully they wouldn't have to search too much. We'll be responsible for posting our own public notices on our website directly, so we will no longer be dependent on the newspaper to put it in the newspaper. We'll also be responsible for supplying the affidavit afterwards to state for the record that we have met the publication legal notice requirements so many days in advance. And let's see. There's going to be some cost savings. I don't know if my clicker's not working. So as you can imagine, there'll be some cost savings, both to the county staff and to the applicants. Right now, we currently, in development services, charge $600 per legal notice per project, and we estimate that'll be able to go down to $200 to cover the administrative costs, and that, again, will be effective January 1st. And like Courtney said, every department runs public notices, but obviously development services runs the most. So just an estimate, with our agenda coordinator alone, which is Bobby Roy, we estimate she'll save at least 20 hours a month of eliminating some of the back and forth with the newspaper. So our next steps, oh, thank you, Natalie. Oh, sorry. As Courtney mentioned, we have to do an amendment to the Land Development Code just so that we're consistent with Florida statute. This amendment will appear before the Planning Commission this coming Thursday, 2 days from now, and then before you all in December 15th. We'll work with Bill Logan on a press release so that our readers, residents are aware of the changes, and as well as the development community. And as Courtney also mentioned, we haven't finalized this, but we think there's an opportunity to work with our neighboring jurisdictions that are too small, not enough broadband width to use our website for their notices. So if we can change over from the slide to the county website, we can show you. Natalie's going to drive, and I'll talk you through. So this is the very top of the county webpage. If you roll down just below the picture, you can see where you one-click public hearing notices. There you go. It's categorized by board, planning commission, hearing officer, so normally residents know what they're looking for. Natalie, if you could just drop down the arrow for the board there, for example, it lists them then by whether it's a land development code, is it a DRI, is it a comprehensive plan amendment, so that residents, again, if it's a rezone, hopefully they usually know what they're looking for, but we've tried to group them with like groups to make it a little easier. Can you select one that has a map? Yeah. Anything that's land specific and not a land development code text amendment, you click on that ad. When you get into that ad, if you do one more click, it takes you right to the property site. Pretty fancy, if you ask me. On the left of the public notice page, there are some quick links that take you also to where you could sign up to public speak. Again, they're all take you to other places on the web, but the common things that people tend to look for when they're speaking at public hearings or looking up about public hearings and meetings. We also have a registry system, which we're required to do. If they go back to the public hearing page, where the public notices are, there's a link to where you can register. Say you want to receive, you're someone who's not necessarily tech savvy. You do this one-time registry, and we'll mail it to you monthly or hearing. You can choose. Oh, you can choose, not automatically. You can choose to receive it by mail if you're not someone who is tech savvy and can get on our website and look when you want to look.
Okay, thank you.
And that feeds into the $200 charge as well, because we're required by statute to offer hard mail and email. And so we have had a couple people sign up already, and they've luckily signed up just for the email, which obviously cuts costs, but that is required.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Any questions?
Well, that's the next thing FAC can tackle is the requirement to send hard mail. Okay, commissioners, anyone? No? You did a wonderful job explaining that, and
Okay.
you lived up to the expectation of being exciting.
Item number 60, Sheila says she only needs 3 minutes.
3 minutes for item number 60, Madam Clerk. You want to put that on the board? I'm teasing. Don't start the timer. Okay. Madam CFO.
I'm going to break a record here today. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, this is Sheila McLean, Manatee County CFO. I'm glad to be here today. I am presenting today, and unfortunately, the IST committee chairman couldn't be here as she couldn't, detach herself from prior engagements. So I will be giving the highlights of the annual report. On November 15 of 2022, we met with the committee to actually finalize a report to them of the end of the unaudited September 30th, 2022 end of year results. This is a requirement of our resolution that was set forth on the IST. And here we are with the highlights of the annual report. There are 4 specific items to report on this resolution and that we have to meet as per the resolution and the ordinance set forth. The one is, have we met that the subcategories and the percentages were reviewed in accordance, reviewed actual or planned expenditures, and they are consistent with subcategories percentages provided in the infrastructure sales tax categories list, which is Exhibit 1. 2, changes to the category list. 58 project changes were approved by the board totaling $10.9 million. No changes in the category percentages occurred in fiscal year 2022 or presented in the CIP book. Number 3, the expenditures and revenues that on the project and equipment expenditures total $22 million, debt service cost of $220,000. The IST tax revenue for the half cent received approximately $32.9 million in 2022, which we had expected an estimated appropriation of 28. So we received only approximately $4.5 million more than what we anticipated in 2022. Number 4, changes to the list. All the changes to the infrastructure sales tax and project and equipment lists were made in accordance with the resolution. In conclusion, we have met all the 4 items established by the committee and the establishment of the committee, confirming the categories and percentages. 2, confirming the changes to the IST funding categories list as approved by the board, confirming the expenditures were used as set forth, and confirming that the changes of the IST project and equipment lists that were approved by the board were met and satisfied as per the committee. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any commissioners on the board with questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Sheila.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it.
If you want to read the whole 332 pages of the annual report, they are part of the documents of the items attached in the agenda.
So noted. All right. Yes, okay. Thank you for some good Christmas reading. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
It
you,
is,
Commissioners.
Commissioners, it is 11:56. We're going to adjourn this meeting for lunch. We're going to recess this meeting for lunch until 1:30. We're in recess. Welcome back, everyone. Tuesday, December 6th, 2022, regular meeting, back from lunch, and we have moved right along through this agenda. We are currently in Public Works, and we are going through adopting the alignments for the big 6 road projects. So 59th Street is complete, and now I'm going to introduce item number 53, which is the adoption of the resolution R-22-220 approving the recommended alignment of 63rd Avenue East from US 301 to Tuttle Avenue. Who is here to present from staff?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Scott May with Public Works, County Engineer. 63rd Avenue West is bringing you the alignment changes, which were very minimal. We have basically shifted the south, got to talk here, Normal. Shifted the alignment south near Tuttle to minimize the total impact to the residential homes. There were some on the north side of the property there between Tuttle. I can't remember the name of the subdivision off the top of my head, but so that we won't be touching their fences or anything in that area. And then we narrowed the median near Tuttle, where we did have a very wide median. We made sure to have for the future growth potential for dual left when Tuttle's grown out in the future, but it minimizes what that total width would be, which also shrunk a little bit for what we needed. Then we also, on the southern side on Prospect Road, we did add a left turn lane so that if anybody wanted to turn left, there's also the ability for them to go straight or right rather than having to wait for somebody to make a left turn first. And then we modified some of the pond locations. With that, Chad can go over and show you kind of the pictures. You see how originally the median was a lot wider at the top. That's the original alignment. Below it, now you've got just the 4-foot separator that gets in there for the turn lane, so that takes it in there. And then I don't know if you could see, but originally we kind of had the land right up against the fence for where the right-of-way needs takes are. But as we do it, you can see a little bit of that yellow strip at the top there to the right picture. That's showing the area that we actually don't even need to do anything in, which means that we would actually be further away from where we were originally working by these homes. So it should actually be something where these homes aren't affected other than a little grading to the fence that's out there. And that's really about the only changes that were made out there.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ron. We're working. Commissioner Ron, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you very much. Scott, thank you so much for the presentation that you gave me on my in my briefing and whatnot. I do have a few questions, so if you could just bear with me here. On the south side there, we are going to do it. Looks like there's going to be some takeage there. Do we know how much of that is going to be, or does that make up right away, or is it right away and takeage, or?
It is basically to become right away. There will be some land takes. I believe it's in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 feet, and it varies because the road's kind of at an angle for those homes. They'll still have a larger driveway and everything where it doesn't affect their ability to get in and out of their home. They will be a little closer, but that's part of it is that you've also got a sidewalk and a grass strip, an area that's in there as well.
Okay. Also, will there be any street lighting along this when we're doing this realignment and widening? Will there be street lights at all along there?
We probably won't do street lights all along there because there's some industrial areas, but we are looking at least the key intersections and maybe along the residential part.
Okay. When do you foresee, and I know you could talk about this or not, when do you foresee, I know we have a major intersection right there at 63rd in Tuttle. When do you think that's going to, do you have any idea when in the CIP that Tuttle will be widened?
Right now, there's not enough volume demand to consider widening Tuttle. Okay. So that's why we're preparing this road so that in the future we'll have that additional lane ready to have what we need in there.
Okay. And other than the grass strips, are there going to be any other type of buffering between the houses and the road there and the sidewalks? Is there going to be any type of bushes or tree lines or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And then
part of that would create, like for the homes on the south side, they would have line of sight problems coming out of their driveway if we had bushes up against it.
Okay. And then there will be a signalized light at 33rd, correct?
Correct. 33rd and then also Tuttle.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board.
Thank you, sir. So this isn't necessarily specifically about this presentation, but, in my district, there's a lot of improvements that have been either projects of record or on the CIP for well before I was on the board that have kind of slowly moved up, and then now they're starting to move or ready to move. It's real exciting. And then now we have the big 6 that this is a reality. I mean, we're sitting here voting on design, et cetera. I like to set people up. I like to set teams up for success. Are we giving you and your department what you need to not only to bring these online, but to also keep the things that are already in the works online? Or is it because it's just a big county at this point, and there's just, people want to live here. Beautiful weather, great governor, great county commission. So is,
Unbiased opinion.
and wonderful staff, we'll just keep it going, right? Great administration. No, but
You might compliment the engineers while he's standing here in front of us.
But seriously, and maybe, and in fact, probably might be best just to not even answer right now. But if y'all think about it, and if there's something you could use, if you could use some more people to help bring things online, to keep the fire lit in all different areas at the same time, so that it's not just the squeaky wheel that's getting grease, everywhere is still moving forward. We're still moving the ball. I'd be glad to bring anything forward that helps you keep your job, because I understand it's a big undertaking, and we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
It's job
And
security.
we can talk about this later.
We have all these alignments in front of us. You're not
They
going
have
anywhere, buddy.
increased their project throughput by over 100% in the past year. So
You're lucky.
I'm talking about giving him employees, assistants. I'm not talking about their replacement. I'm talking about helping them even more. No, that's definitely not my intention if I said something that makes us think that. No, I just want to make sure that I'm giving you all the tools you need to succeed. And we could definitely look into contract, temporary, whatever we need.
We've been very grateful. We have increased our workload and the staffing that has really helped along the lines and everything. And Dr. Hopes has provided the help and services and contracts that we need to get these moving forward, which we're really grateful. And he pushes the groups that we're not in charge of that we need to also work fast with us. So we're very grateful for that. We do have some ideas that we'll be talking with Dr. Hopes down the road of how to marry all of the CIPs a little closer. Which I'll go into a little further once we've talked a little bit about it, but it's just ideas at the moment.
All right, the order of the board is Ron, Baugh, and Ballard. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more thing. When I first became aware of this project, it was this road widening and road alignment. It was due to the citizens reaching out to me. And how the citizens found out about it again is through these eminent domain attorneys, these ambulance chasers or whatever you want to call them. But what I would like to do is just challenge the county administrator to, when we have projects like this, much like we did on the planning commission, to alert the citizens so they knew about what was going on. I mean, I think the more educated citizens are, the less we're going to have them show up here with pitchforks and torches and coming after us, saying we're not letting them know about stuff or whatever. But that's what I'd appreciate, just trying to make a better effort of letting the citizens know when something like this is coming down and not letting them find out by those. They get those letters and they start making phone calls, and they know that the next thing you know, they're telling them their houses are going to be depreciated in value. They're going to take your house. You're not going to be able to swim in your pool, all this other kind of stuff, because the road's going to come in your backyard. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Administrator, if we can, just alert the public a little bit better on these type of projects. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, sir. Actually, that was some of what I was going to say, Scott. And I know that, like on 59th Street, I think it is, the attorneys was sending out these letters, and we weren't even for sure what we were doing yet. So I know they get a little bit anxious. But at the same time, I do know that while we were past the primary, but before the general election and new swearing in of commissioners, some of the residents in District 4 were contacting me. And of course, I was trying to keep Mike Ron in the loop at the time. I would forward stuff to him just so he would know what was going on. And so I guess I don't know how, and I'm glad Mike brought it up about, Commissioner Ron brought it up about somehow getting the word out sooner, and maybe you guys can talk about that and come up with a better plan for communication to the residents. But I do have one question on this, and I can't tell, so please forgive me, because this is not my district. But how close, I see the yellow line, but how close is this coming to some of the homes, their fence line or their any to their lanais, or, how close are we talking about here?
Right now, it's probably about 6 feet off of the fence line on the north side properties that are there. Could be 7 or 8, I'm just guessing right off the top of my head without measuring it. But,
First quarter inch is fine.
okay. But, it is less than there, but you're going to have that sidewalk. You're basically going to have a grass strip, sidewalk, and another grass strip, and the curb. So you're further away from the roadway as far as where the current road exists. It's not that much closer on that side than it was before. It's just a matter of now you're going to have people that can walk, pedestrians and things like that, that will be closer along that fence line.
And we're not going to make sure, does the whole area there, it doesn't all have a fence, does it?
That neighborhood does, that's on the north side.
Okay.
That whole property run does have that.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking. I dealt with this very same thing in Peridia, there on 45th, which was in my district, and I dealt with that, so I'm a little bit familiar with how this works. And we ended up, y'all are going to probably hate me right now for what I'm about to say, Chad, I'm sorry. But, we did put up the fence, you remember, on 45th. I don't think you were with us at the time. And then we did put up some shrubs in certain areas in there.
Right.
So, all right, thank you. That's all I was asking.
Commissioner Ballard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I would echo Commissioners Ron and Baugh's statement about making sure that we have the public informed at as early a time as possible so that they feel, so that they're included in the process, so that they understand what's going on, so that they don't feel blindsided. A very small portion of this project is in District 2. I believe it's from 301 over to 33rd. That's a pretty heavily industrial area. I personally have not heard any comments from the business owners having any issues in that area. But I would just ask that, we try to minimize impacts as much as possible, of course.
Yeah, we're working with the businesses to look at where best to work their drive approaches out to come in. So those aren't set in stone because we can move them around.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have, I'm going to go Bearden and then Hopes. Commissioner Bearden.
Yeah, so what is your current process to notify the public? Like, how is that ordered?
Well, normally, just going up front, we normally would start the announcement of sending out the notice after this alignment where we've got a good set of plans and we know what we really need to take for land. A lot of what happens, just to be upfront, is as soon as it becomes a CIP project, the attorneys are sending them out. So the day the board approves it is the day those letters are generally going out. So even if a project is 3 or 4 years out, they're starting to send those letters at that point in time. And at that point in time, we could send a letter, but our honest answer would be, we don't know what your land impacts are because we haven't even done the design yet. It's just preliminary, coming up with figuring out how we do the least amount of impact.
Thank you.
Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, I was going to say, one thing that I guess I've learned from this is whatever service the attorneys are using to send mailers out seems to be getting attention. And so even though we've had CIP workshops, we've had the Big Six Road Project workshops, the Herald Tribune's done a big story on the Big Six Road projects, apparently it's these letters that these attorneys are sending out through whatever mail service they're using that's getting people's attention. So I'm going to seek out some of these letters and try to figure it out. And I understand some of you have some pretty effective multi-use mailing lists, and maybe we can combine, resources. But apparently, whatever they're using has got traction and attention. And so we may have to use good old-fashioned
snail
mail
yeah.
with, catchphrases on it or something.
And I know a guy who does a lot of mails, and he has been successful at least reaching and convincing like 75% of the county on specific issues at times recently.
Yeah. So. I don't think we're going to get rid of the good old mail service because it's working, getting people's attention. So
yeah, absolutely. Okay, I don't have any other commissioners on the board, so why don't we go to public comment then? We'll open public comment on item number 53, which is the 63rd Avenue East. So please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Kevin Wright, Manatee, and for the purpose of this discussion, I'm a homeowner whose backyard abuts 63rd Avenue. There's 2 points. One will be macro, one will be micro. It was more than a year ago, before I got my first mailing from one of the ambulance chasers, that I came before this board and I gave you handouts talking about this project. I met and spent a half hour with Dr. Hopes talking about this project, and one of the former commissioners. I met with him for about 30 minutes and talked about this project. I wasn't blindsided, and I've tried my best. I've been enlisted to be kind of the spokesman and the liaison between the residents, not just in Regal Oaks, which is my subdivision, and our sister subdivision, Prospect Point, but also those residents across the street, one of whom is a gal that's owned her home for 65 years. Her daughter owns the home next to her, and next to her she rents the home right there. Before you get to 33rd Street, there's a church, and there's a couple businesses. And thanks to then Commissioner-elect Mike Ron, who met with us about 3 weeks ago. He met with about 20 folks right there, and it included all these folks right here, and they had much to say. Maybe they haven't spoken to you yet, but they've spoken to me, and they've spoken to Commissioner Ron. And I will tell you, I'm not here with a pitchfork, but I have retained one of the ambulance chasers, and for good reason, because I know historically, and look up the history, you need to do that. Because I know you all want to do the right thing, but you have a bigger objective here. It's to fit a bigger project. We understand, the residents understand that SR 70, which is only one of two things from that point down south to University Parkway that runs all the way from 301 to 75. And it's all businesses all the way along there. We get that. Everything else is east, west, north, and south right there. We get at 44. It comes close to getting to 75, but not quite. It's getting improved as well. Everything else will do that. But you get on 63rd, it becomes, after Lockwood Ridge, it becomes Honore. Honore curves around and then hits University Parkway across from the mall. So what does that mean? There's about 4 roads that take you off of this road, this project we're talking about, that you can take a left and head north, and then where do you go? To SR 70, about a half mile. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, you'll either turn on the Tuttle or one of the other ones going south. You go all the way to University Parkway or business. Almost all residences. There's some businesses in there as well, but mostly residences. Most of those residences, though, sit well off the roadway. They really do, especially on Whitfield, well off the roadway. And they've already got some light and noise abatement there. The residents along 63rd, particularly from 33rd Avenue to Tuttle, we do not have noise and light abatement. I'm sorry, but you underestimated the impact here. He talked about Regal Oaks, where I'm at. It is already a mess. The objective is to increase by 10,000 vehicles the load to be able to move along our roadway. The objective is to encourage truck traffic along this project. And where's it going to go? It's going to turn north to SR 70, which means that the whole objective, which is to defer traffic off our SR 70, will not work. Then it'll have to turn out to, it can't help it. There's no way to get through there all the way to 75. It won't happen. The folks on the south right there, they are already almost on the road. And we're talking about doing eminent domain to take them. And I think you all know, and the lawyer can tell you, eminent domain is not just about compensating for property taken. Eminent domain also involves when you have certain impacts upon the livelihood. Every one of ours, I don't care what you're doing, I feel a lot better about where the project is now and the improvements that have been made than they were a month ago, a whole lot better, but it's introduced some more problems, and it doesn't solve the macro problem. I got it. I'll do that. We'll be meeting in January on this, but on the record, I owe it to the residents who expect me to do this and do that and to communicate between Mike Ron. I appreciate Commissioner Ron and then Commissioner-elect Ron for doing this. I really do. But the big picture is where all of you need to take a look at it, because this Big Six project doesn't do what you think it's going to do. And the cost benefit is not there. The cost to the residents and others is not there. You're not going to solve the SR 70 problem. You're not, especially if we defer the Tuttle project indefinitely.
Thank you,
So
sir.
I have.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak? It's a tough act to follow, but is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in on item 53?
No calls.
Okay. We're going to close public comment at this time, and I have a person named Mike who submitted. Never mind, Mike. Okay. You are Mike, yes. I don't have any other commissioners on the board at this time, so we will entertain motions at this time. And again, our system is up and working, so There we go. So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve, and that is seconded by Commissioner Satcher. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're on the computer. I forgot. Okay. The system is up and going. I'm a creature of habit. I apologize. We could, but we're going to keep you guessing for a minute here. Okay. How do you think it turned out? I'm just kidding. No. Hold on. We're waiting for everyone to cast their votes here. And then Leslie and Q have to tally them, and it takes both. Okay. So this motion passes by a vote of 5-2 with Commissioners Ron and Baugh in opposition. All right. We're going to move on to item number 54, which is 75th Street. So adoption of resolution R-22-219 approving the recommended alignment of 75th Street West from 20th Avenue West to Manatee Avenue. I will probably turn this over again to Scott May.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I have to apologize again. For some odd reason, I had Cortez on the brain, so you'll see Cortez again. But just the way it is today, I guess. So I apologize to anyone that's on Manatee Avenue and all of that. There was no ill intent there. So to start with, once again, the Exhibit A wasn't attached in here as defined. It is actually the big drawing that gets attached to Exhibit A with the resolution. And then to get into the changes here, there's really just two, and actually really just one. We had 3 full takes that were originally listed for homes, and that was due to the proximity of that. We've now rearranged the design and everything, and those are eliminated. However, there were originally 4 lots that were listed as pond sites that were full takes, and they still are listed as full takes. However, of those, 3 of those are vacant lots, and only 1 is a home.
And if I may real quick, the 3 vacant lots are all next to one another.
Correct.
They're contiguous. And so that makes for a pretty good size. They're contiguous, yes. You break out your little dictionary there. So those 3 lots, like I said, are vacant and contiguous, and so it makes for a pretty good sized pond.
Right.
And makes it so that we only need 2, which is helpful. And then the one home, I don't mean to hijack your presentation.
Go right ahead.
But compared to everything else around it, is a substantially much larger lot size than everything else. It's probably a full acre, I'm guessing.
Close to that.
Yeah, if not close to it. Has anyone reached out to that person yet?
Not yet. We were waiting until this alignment,
vote.
and then we were,
Okay.
I mean, they started initial contacts, but they haven't really started talking fully until we had this.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And the last thing is, we added a second left turn lane at Manatee Avenue, not Cortez. And with that, we do have additional partial land takes that are needed there. And if Chad will go to the next one real quick, you can kind of see that. We're basically going to affect, I think, 3 parcels where we're taking a little bit more land by adding that left turn lane. It narrows down as you get further because, as you eliminate the left lane, you narrow back down and we get to there. We have reached out to one of the property owners and waiting to talk back. They're the ones that's probably the most impacted by it. They have like 2 sheds. And so I do have contact and they're interested, but I can't tell you if it'll go friendly or not at this time. But other than that, then you can look and it kind of shows you the pond sites that we're talking about, the 3 vacant parcels and the 1 larger parcel there that I put next to it. And that's really the only changes we've had on 75th.
So on the picture on the right-hand side, that is spliced, 2
Correct.
pictures spliced together. The ponds are not right next to each other like that. They're a half a mile apart, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. My questions for you, Scott, are, and Chad, I don't know if you have, for instance, the pond site where the full take will take place, I think that's 18th. So my question is that stretch between 18th, which is that Village Green entrance there, and then as you head north towards the next Village Green access road, 11th maybe? Okay. In between those 2, and I'm looking for feedback from the 2 of you, we have a sidewalk that runs along that long stretch, which is probably a mile or close to it. There's a sidewalk that runs along that side of the road. We have a sidewalk on both sides of the road, to be clear, on 75th Street. So the sidewalk that would be on the Village Green side, there's a mile-long stretch where there is no access into Village Green. Leslie's peeked up now; she lives in Village Green. There's a mile-long stretch where there's no access into Village Green at all, and so obviously I'm not a traffic engineer, right? I'm a layman, like the people from 59, the residents who are here from 59th Street as well, and I'm going to sound just like those residents when I say this. Nobody uses that sidewalk because there's nowhere to go. You can't access Village Green. So my question is, can we, should we, does it make sense to eliminate the sidewalk on that side of the street, which I know goes against our standard of having a sidewalk on both sides of a 4-lane road? It seems like we're spending a lot of money on this sidewalk because if we eliminate the sidewalk on that side, I'm assuming that the road can be adjusted and we can eliminate 5 to 10 feet, you tell me, of right-of-way acquisition on the other side of the road.
I'd have to look at it for the right-of-way, but just to go back to the reason we have it shown there is it's not for the people at Village Green, it's for the people that would be walking either north or south of Village Green on the sidewalk.
Sure.
Because they would have to cross over 75th, and there's an
Correct.
unprotected opening, and then we would have the same thing to the south. And if we wanted to put it safety, we'd have to put in hawks, which are like you see on Cortez, where the lights flash when pedestrians want to cross.
Don't need all that,
And
okay.
it costs more money
Right.
than actually just putting the sidewalk in. So,
Okay.
but we could look at it, but like I said, then your problem is you've got people and now they have to cross the road, and if you got kids, you just,
Sure.
safety-wise, I feel more comfortable with either one of those two options, but the most cost-effective is the sidewalk.
I respect that. It's not the answer I wanted, but it's the answer I needed. Okay, do you have any other suggestions? For instance, the sidewalks currently on 75th Street and that stretch, they're curbed up to the road. There's also a bike lane, mind you. Do you have any suggestions like that where we could narrow the width of the whole project? And again, please give me the info I need, not what I want.
Right. At least in front of Village Green, we could push over the sidewalk up against the curb, which would give you probably an extra 4 to 5 feet.
I think that
of area
matters.
there.
When you're taking 10 foot of someone's, property
Right.
down to 6, I think that matters.
Yep, we could do that, and that would be feasible. We would just shift it over right where Village Green is.
Okay, I feel comfortable there. No one else is on the board. Do we need to, Mr. Clegg, then, when we make a motion on this, to specify that we want that sidewalk curbed on the, what would be the east side of 75th Street? Or is that something that Chad and Scott already have the authority to disseminate themselves?
I think I'm going to let my assistant county.
Pamela, you're back up.
I think we should handle, I think she was going to say in the same way we handled it last time, but let's.
And Pamela, you should probably just have a seat in the front row after this.
Let her do it, 'cause
Because there are
she
3
knows
more
more
of
about it
these.
than I do.
Good afternoon. Again, Pamela D'Agostino, Assistant County Attorney. Well, the way the last one was handled, the way I took it, and I don't know if the clerk did, the board essentially made its own motion because we didn't really adopt what was in the resolution, considering the modifications. So in this time, I think if they simply take no action on the resolution and adopt a motion with the appropriate language, I think that'll accomplish the board's objective in the best way. There's no requirement that it be done by resolution, is my point.
Okay.
It can simply be done through a motion.
Mr. Clegg, do you mind stating a motion?
Could you restate again what you want to do? You want to provide staff with the discretion to,
Chad,
what is it exactly you want?
hold
to
on,
give them
Chad,
discretion
the
to?
brains are gonna work this out now.
Just to be clear, because I'm not sure Pamela took it the same way I took it.
Okay.
Was the way I thought we're adopting the alignment today with some direction to make everything as skinny as possible, thin as possible, land takes as minimum as possible. The direction of moving sidewalk from an offset sidewalk to a curb line walk would make the land take on the opposite side of the road smaller. So we would be in the adopted alignment taking less land in the end.
Do you prefer, is it
I'm
better?
not sure if
and
Pamela took what.
When you're over there talking to her, ask her if it's better if we used more vague language like you did at the beginning than being so specific as to the sidewalk between which blocks on which side of the road.
might as well just stand.
You might as well just stay up here, yeah.
I think we should stick with the broader language to give them that discretion.
Would you mind, when you feel comfortable, stating a motion so that one of my colleagues might say so moved?
If you want me to take a shot at it, Pamela, I can.
Go ahead. I'll let you.
Yeah, I think it would be a motion to approve the alignment and also to delegate to staff the discretion to adjust sidewalks as appropriate.
So moved.
To clarify, that would be including adopting a resolution?
No, we just say approving the alignment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the same for the other item?
No, this is just for this item. I mean, well, we can talk about it afterwards, Vicki, if you need clarification on that. So we can
Okay,
proceed.
so that motion, Madam Clerk, was made by Commissioner Baugh, and it was seconded by Commissioner Ron. All right, and so now if you're okay, I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 54, which is the 75th Street alignment? Okay, seeing no one, has anyone called in or raised their hand to speak on item 54 today?
No calls.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and we'll go ahead and hold the vote at this time. And Madam Clerk, the vote passes by a total of 7-0. So, Commissioners, we're halfway through this here, but I just wanted to thank you. That's a difficult one. 59th Street is difficult for me. This is also difficult. I mean, we just made we were elected by our constituents to make difficult choices and decisions. And unfortunately, we just made a decision to take someone's home from them for the benefit of the rest of the county and the benefit of the rest of our residents. And that's what eminent domain is. So at any rate, it's tough decisions that have to be made, but I do appreciate that you all made it. Ma'am?
If I may, Chair, you haven't actually authorized the taking of the
Okay,
home.
but you know what I mean. True.
I
Nothing
think-
is final.
Well,
Nothing is final. But my point being that it's a difficult decision, and it sent us in that direction. Is that better?
We are in a step toward that direction, but you should take some comfort from the fact that today's, the presentations that are drafted and brought to you today by staff are about the alignment and the route. You will have an opportunity at a later time, once staff really has the design nailed down, and they will bring to you and tell you exactly what property is needed. And then you can look at that, and if there are lands you don't want taken, you can decide not to do
Throw the water
those.
at my house, I guess.
But what I'm saying is that nothing's definite until you actually approve a resolution of
Sure.
public purpose and necessity authorizing the condemnation of the land. This is just one step in the process so that staff knows that at least what they're designing thus far is in line with
Okay.
what your desires are.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes, I would ask that, I know that just from my conversations with Chad and Scott, that the vacant lot owner has been contacted. But I would ask that you make sure that staff reach out to the owner of the home today or as soon as possible so that they don't read about this in the paper tomorrow. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Clegg.
I just want to add, Mr. Chair, we've had a couple of these now today where the board has wanted to get some assurance about the flexibility to make changes. And I realize Scott has a lot to do, but I would like us to build those into the templates when these are brought to the board, so we're not having to add those to motions. In other words, that ought to be built into every alignment, that there's the flexibility to make those adjustments to reduce the impacts.
Right.
So that we don't have to tweak the items. So if we could just work on that in the future, please, I think it would make this go more smoothly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Do you want to make a statement before we move on?
I was just going to say, if that's agreeable with Mr. Clegg, I'd reach out with Pam, and we would reach out something to write something that it comes that way in the future.
Wonderful, thank you. It's not always smooth, but it's sausage being made, and we're getting it done here. All right, we're going to move on to item number 55. Well, we probably don't need to do that one at all. We can just skip. I'm kidding. Now that we're done with West Bradenton. So item number 55 is adoption of resolution R-22-221, approving the recommended alignment of Lena Road from south of 44th Avenue East to north of Landfill Road. Mr. May.
Good afternoon again. Once again, the Exhibit A was not defined in there, so the big, large scroll, what we call scroll plot, which is the image of the aerial, is the Exhibit A for that resolution. As far as Lena Road, there's really no modifications other than we did eliminate one full take that we originally had as a pond site and modified it slightly different. And then we added additional storm ponds and floodplain compensation because as we looked into further in the design, we saw that we were working more wetlands that were clearly defined originally. So with that, you can kind of go in there. If you take a look at the original, you see there's that tree wooded wetland area. Well, we're going to move one of the ponds over there and do some floodplain compensation because down at the top picture, but down at the left bottom corner, you see the blue rectangle that's there. That was originally the full property take. And now we're no longer going to take that home, but by doing that, we needed to move ponds to other sites. So, and then if you take a look at the one to the side, there was pond sites for the south side, or excuse me, the east side of Lena Road, south of 64, and then also the west side. And we are now going to be putting everything in on the east side of it where it is along the areas with the lowlands. And other than that, that's the only modification.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ball, any comments?
My only comment would be that this has been being worked on for a long, long time, and I'm glad that the decision's been made on how you want to handle this alignment, and go get them and get it done. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to open up Lena Road to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on the Lena Road connection, which is item number 55 today? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone line. Has anyone called in on item 55?
No calls.
Okay. We'll close public comment, and we'll entertain motions. We have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve, and that is seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We'll cast our votes at this time. We'll just take just a second.
Aye.
Well, Commissioner Cruz, we'll wait. You can click your button. Okay, so the vote passes by a vote of 7-0, and we will move on to item number 56, adoption of resolution of R-22-222, approving the recommended alignment of Lorraine Road from State Road 64 to 59th Avenue East. Mr. May.
Good afternoon again. Once again, the Exhibit A is the drawing, the big one that was attached with it for the resolution. On this alignment, really the only modifications that have happened are all related to stormwater ponds and floodplain compensation, whereas we were looking in, there were areas with a lot of floodplain and areas that we needed to take into account for. So with those, we basically had to look at some additional land takes that were originally not in the first scope. The first one is at 2906 and then 2912 or 2920. There are two residential properties right up against the property that is on the southwest corner of 64 and Lorraine. They currently have a plan that's almost ready for approval where they're going with multifamily and commercial. And that was where we originally had planned the pond site. And due to the expense of what it would have been to buy commercial property there, we've had it moved to a residential area where they would butt up against those apartment complexes. That's the one big issue that we had there. And otherwise, there was no other place to locate it other than taking the commercial property, which would have been very, very costly. And then from there were full and partial land takes on vacant land near 403004 Lorraine, 5418, and then there was a full land take across from 5718 Lorraine Road. Those are all still there. They haven't changed in those areas. But the first one I mentioned is the one new change. And then we also added left turn lanes for Mariposa and Ralph Taylor nurseries. There are currently areas with trucks that would have come in. They had a median proposed there originally. We've since modified it so they each have the ability to take a left turn into their property. And if you want to go, you got the picture up there. Okay. If you take a look there, trying to remember where we're at, 64. me take a look at my map real quick. I don't want to tell you wrong here. The first picture on the left is right at 64, and where you see 158, 156 originally on the numbers, that is the commercial site where we originally had ponding, and that's where they proposed, I think, 4 commercial sites and about 1,000 or 1,200 multifamily homes. And so that's where we moved it down to parcel, if you take a look on there, it's 154, and then there's 152 and 186 that are right there to the north of it. We need one of those 2 parcels. We're wanting the option to consider which homeowner might be more friendly, that might want to get away from all those apartments first, rather than try to mandate that we take it first. So we want the option of either or. And then as far as the rest of them go, they're basically just showing you where the pond sites are. The yellow, the box around is whether it's floodplain compensation or drainage that we need in here. And I think if there's one more page, if you want to go to that, Chad. And when you take a look down here, 115 is where we currently had one. They were originally interested in selling it to us and friendly, but they have since stated that they were not. So parcel 112, which is on the north east corner of Rangeland and Lorraine, is one that might possibly be friendly. We'd like the option to consider either or on that one. And then the rest are, the other 164 to the left there is right up against the school. And they actually are talking about expanding their school, and they wanted to consider joint use pond with us on that property when we would consider getting it. And that's basically everything on Lorraine, but most of that is all because we need additional stormwater pond storage and everything.
Yeah, wow, this is a big one. Okay. Commissioner Baugh.
Scott, you've freaked me out now. So in looking at all of this, the majority of it is vacant land, except for 2 parcels that have homes on them. Is that correct? And you're not sure which parcel you haven't, or 3 rather?
There are several. There are 3 homes where I need 1 parcel for sure that's got a home on it, and the other is one or the other. And then the other parcel is not vacant. There is a house on it, and he was originally friendly at selling it.
Now he's not.
Now he's not. So the site we're looking at, it would be a partial take at the southwest corner, northeast corner of Rangeland and Lorraine Road. And that one, we would not take their whole property because they're a business and they're far back off the frontage. But we just want the ability to either continue talking with the homeowner that wanted to sell, or we would go to this other one that would be more friendly with us. But there are 2 properties where we would definitely need to take the homes.
And so at this point, we have no idea for sure really what we're looking at or what the cost might be to even try to move forward. Is that correct? I mean, that's fair to say?
Well, we have an idea of what the cost would be with purchasing the properties or with the construction.
Well, the whole thing. I mean, we've got to make sure that it's reasonable to even
Correct.
consider doing this.
And correct. And we have an idea of what the residential values would be through there and what the potential costs are, which would be far less than where the current alignment approved in the commercial site was.
You know, I got to tell you, I have harped about Lorraine Road for several years because I kept seeing all this growth from 70 down to 64. And I kept going, this is going to be a problem because the more we're developing, the more we need to 4-lane. And this property is now being developed and we're going to have to dig it up, you know, to do something. And so here we are. And this is basically, you know, what we're kind of looking at here. I got to tell you, I can't tell you with what you've just told me, which I didn't know until now. You had not, to my knowledge, shared that information with me. I don't know that I'm ready to vote on this today. I think I need to sit down and have a little bit more of an understanding of what we're looking at, Scott. I don't feel comfortable because we're talking about several, you know, full takes, if not partial. And so I think I need a little bit more information. And trust me, you know I'll make the decision if you can show me why it's so advantageous to do all that and the expense involved and hurting some of the residents that live there, I mean, I'll do it. But, I mean, I just did it. I just made the motion before, but I just don't have enough information right now that I feel good about this. I'm sorry, Scott.
Sorry. One item I would want to point out is the areas where we've cited for pond sites are larger. So
Yeah.
there is a potential that a development could come in and buy up that land in the interim.
I'm not
which then
surprised.
would make it harder for us to do expansion in the future and much more costly.
Well, maybe we should have thought about this 2, 3, 4 years ago when I was harping on it, and the board at the time wouldn't listen. But then again, here we are.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I get people's hesitation. I certainly do. It's not pleasant conversation, but it's not getting any better. I mean, at the end of the day, Lorraine is still a massive problem for East County. It's going to become more and more of a problem as more and more developers come on. And there's not going to be less homes there. There's not going to be less taking there in the future. There's going to be more. I mean, most of the homes we're talking about now, honestly, were there 2 or 3 years ago. These aren't brand new homes. These are homes that would have run into the same situation. It's unfortunate, but that's why we as a board have discussed getting ahead of renovations. We've been getting ahead of infrastructure with things like Erie and Moccasin Wallow, and to do it now before the development comes in to avoid these uncomfortable situations. Unfortunately, when you talk about West Bradenton, which has been around for a long time, and you talk about some of the major thoroughfares in East Manatee County, like Lorraine, we either need to leave them as a problem forever, or we just need to suck it up and fix it now for the good of the community as a whole. It's certainly uncomfortable. I'm not saying it's not, but again, this is the cheapest it's going to be. This is the least taking it's going to be. To Scott's point, eventually more of this land is going to get bought up ahead of us buying it up, which is just going to make it more expensive and more problematic in terms of taking this land. Or we all have to concede this is going to remain a 2-lane road forever, because that's just reality. So, it's unfortunate, but we've earmarked certain roads and certain thoroughfares as roads we need to fix. And Lorraine, I think, was probably number 1 or number 2. When we had this talk, it was this and Upper Manatee with, going into Fort Hammer were 2 that were like, no question, at any cost, fix these roads, because these are major thoroughfares that need to be fixed. When you widen a road, you're going to have to use land, and it's not land we presently own. I mean, look at City of Bradenton. You don't think they wish they would have bought up some of the land where Aria and that beautiful self-storage facility, presently is located? Because you can't buy it now. They should have bought that right away when they had the opportunity, and that ship has sailed, because that is a cost-prohibitive taken at this point. This fortunately is not cost-prohibitive. It's uncomfortable, but it's not cost-prohibitive. We need to move forward with these before we get further and further behind out here.
So, Commissioner Baugh, well, okay. So, the board, I'm reacting to the board here. Commissioner Baugh, Dr. Hopes, the order of the board is Hopes, Baugh, Satcher. Do you want to reply first? Do you want to hear from the administrator? What do you want to do?
If it's okay
Yes,
with you.
absolutely. So, Commissioner Baugh.
Real quick, I cannot argue what Commissioner Cruz has said. He's absolutely correct. So that puts this board even in more dilemma. But at the same time, I think for me, I've had many discussions on this section of Lorraine, and I've never heard that it was going to be as involved as this is. So it kind of takes me by surprise, and that's why I said I just don't feel that I'm ready to make that decision today. After I have a more thorough briefing on this, maybe in the next meeting I could, but if the board chooses to move forward, then, it's still going to come back to us again. So it doesn't, and correct me now if I'm, Chad, if I'm incorrect. If this gets approved by other board members today, which I'm not prepared to vote on this today myself, but if it does get approved, and you start moving forward and looking into this more seriously, it would still have to come back to this board. Is that correct?
Before we would enter the permission of eminent domain, it has to come back before the board. We can begin individual approaching property owners with friendly acquisitions with this approval, of which you deal with those on an individual parcel by parcel basis. But the actual resolution that we put the package together, send to Pamela. Pamela is the one that brings you the ordinance, the resolution that authorizes us to begin eminent domain proceedings. So yes, that will come back.
Okay. So maybe in that meantime, Scott, you and Chad and Charlie Bishop and I can get together and you can go over it more thoroughly with me so that I've got a better understanding, if the board should approve it today.
So I didn't realize that Commissioner Ron was not going to vote for 63rd. I'm not wanting to vote for anything that a district commissioner is not in support of. Let me throw this out there, though, because Mr. Clegg had mentioned this earlier. Dr. Hopes, could we, and if Commissioner Baugh's amicable to this, could we make a motion that essentially gives some language that allows for leeway in right-of-way acquisitions as far as the direction for staff? I guess, Pamela, you're probably the person I should be asking this question to. And that way Commissioner Baugh can meet with Scott and Chad, and if changes need to be made as far as which parcels to target, then those changes can be made with the district commissioner, is my question.
I think that
I'll remove my motion if we
Well, let's
feel,
sort it out
because of the
first.
sheer amount of taking compared to the other 5 options, that this is excessive compared to the other ones. I'll remove my motion if the district commissioner would request to table it till January to give everyone time to have meaningful
Yeah,
conversations.
because January is not too far out. Because I go off of
Gonna be on vacation for
right, and I go off of the notion as well that this is the cost today, right? I mean, I said that when we met with Tebow, the FDOT secretary. I said, we need all these projects. This is how much they cost today. We come back next year, I'll tell you it costs this much, and the next year it'll cost this much. So I don't want to delay things, to your point, but I want to make sure the district commissioner's in support of this. Pamela, or Mr. Clegg, or whomever?
I'll just address it. It's up to, this is a policy decision of the board, so we take our direction from you and how you want to proceed. I have to be honest with you, though, just looking at the alignment, there's no way to build this road without a lot of takes.
Correct.
You're going to have to do it, because it's not an issue of is it too wide or does it go here or there. It's a lot of parcels on either side, and it's a very narrow right-of-way that we have. So if the board wants more time with staff before you make your decisions on it to get an understanding of it, sure, y'all are in the driver's seat. You're the bosses. But I don't want you to be optimistic that you're going to see a lot of changes when it comes back, because I don't see a way to get around this if you're going to build this road.
I understand there'll be takes. My point is
right.
that no one knows the district. I don't know the district very well. It's her district. Commissioner Baugh knows it like the back of her hand. If the district commissioner is not comfortable with literally taking people's property from them, I'm damn sure not going to support it.
I understand that, sir, and like I said, we work for you. So if that's the board's prerogative, that's fine with us.
So let me walk through just a practical sort of aspect of this, because I think you're all correct. I mean, Mr. Clegg is correct. If this road is going to be widened, this is not like moving the sidewalk to the curb.
Sure.
And I think this modification reduces it. I mean, a lot of this is for stormwater and things like that, correct? And so there's some flexibility there. I think what's important is that if you adopt the alignment, it gives the staff the opportunity to see which landowners are interested in selling. Because as that falls into place, we may find that you've got enough willing sellers that want to sell their property that we may have very limited actual takes with regards to it. It's probably going to be more than what we've seen in some of the other roads, because the other roads have more, easements and right-of-ways, de facto. But if you were to adopt this modification, nobody's going to be forced to do anything, but we will have the opportunity to go out and solicit from the landowners their interest in selling it, and then we would come back to you with, hey, we have these people that are interested in selling, and we've negotiated what we think are fair prices, And if you now want to complete the road, we may not have any eminent domain takes, no force takes. The issue is without any kind of approval, and we're probably not going to do this. We're going the holiday season anyways. But if we've got a couple of interested sellers that we can be negotiating over the course of the next 4 months while we're more thoroughly briefing, it may solve the problems. But without any kind of a alignment adopted, I mean, we're not even going to court the landowners, I don't think, seriously, or would we? You know me, I don't mind putting the cart before the horse. We can go out and talk to them and then come back to you and say, hey, here's our willing sellers, and here's the alignment that will line up with the people who are willing.
The answer is we've already got an alignment that was adopted from the original one. The pond sightings are a little bit different, so that's the part where we would have to take the land. But there is nothing that says we couldn't talk friendly and use the old alignment right now.
Okay.
Where that's in. However,
That's what I thought.
Just being upfront and honest right now, the two properties that we're talking about taking the land from, they exist at the lowest point right at the canal. So the likelihood of being able to move that will be very unlikely, truthfully. That's why we're trying to find properties that butt against it. That's why we asked for the opportunity to talk to both instead of just one, so we can either move further back along the canal or right up against it. But those are the two real problem areas.
Commissioner Baugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, other commissioners, for letting me go first here. It's not that I'm saying that that I don't want to see this happen. What I am saying as the district commissioner is that I never had heard that there was so much property we were going to need to take. That had not been shared with me. And, I've been discussing this road for 3, 4 years. So from that standpoint, I feel I'm just at a disadvantage because it is my job as being voted by my constituents to look out for them and I represent them. Well, it's hard for me to say I want to go as this is because I've not seen this. And so I feel like I'm in this meeting and I'm not totally prepared because I've not been shared this information. And it's nobody's fault, I'm sure. It's just it hasn't been shared with me. So that's why I don't know where the 4 months, Mr. County Administrator, comes in that you're talking about, because I certainly don't feel that it would take me 4 months to get a briefing. Public Works moves pretty quickly. I dare say by the time we get to our land use meeting, I'm not even sure when it is this month. I'm sure I could get a briefing very quickly so that I've got a better understanding.
I meant a few weeks during the holiday season. I didn't say.
Well,
I didn't mean 4 months.
Even if it's the first week in January. But again, as I've said, if the board chooses to move forward, I understand because I know it's going to come back. But I don't want to go. I don't feel comfortable going on record with my constituents. I'm not at large. I represent these people. I'm their closest connection, and I just don't feel comfortable making a vote that I don't feel that I fully understand at this point. So,
Mr. Chair, I have no problem to defer this.
No, I get it. I have more commissioners on the board, though. So, Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just express personally, I hear the pain. Yeah, this is no fun. And, and I look at golf course and I look at Rye Road and I look at some roads in my district and I think, I wish we had already 2 years ago, 4 years ago, gone through some of this process. And then I think, and I don't know that how close we are to going through it now. And so that's a tough spot for a commissioner, for a district commissioner especially, to be in. Similar to, last week, I was in a tough spot as a district commissioner, about the well. What I would like to ask the county attorney to do on my behalf is could you craft a motion that gives the administration the most flexibility possible, but approves and keeps things moving, because I think that the original argument that Lorraine is what it is and it's only going to get worse, and you know, and I mean, I've got supporters on Lorraine. That's one of my routes to church. So this is no fun, but if you could craft a motion for me that does what the administration is asking, but also gives plenty of leeway to where if we come up with that silver bullet that allows us to not take as much in the future, that they can take advantage of it or at least bring it back to us expeditiously. And I'll make that motion after you phrase it for me, and I think we should just see where the vote is at that point, personally.
So I think I can do that, but I will be upfront. It's going to be a little bit of a loosey-goosey motion because I mean, we're talking about, you know, well, here's how I would phrase it. I would say I move to approve the alignment and also to direct the administrator and staff to explore any options to reduce impacts and report back to the board.
So moved.
I'm sorry for the use of the term loosey-goosey. I'm my best, my most
Very professional.
Okay, so we have
legalistic choice of words.
We have a motion by Commissioner Satcher. We're waiting for a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by a loosey-goosey motion by Commissioner Satcher, which has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We're going to continue through the board. Commissioner Bearden.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a few questions. So explain to me again which sections, is it 104, it's 104, 804, 806, 165, and 865? Am I correct on that, on those full take?
Correct. The full takes that we're actually talking about where it affects the homeowners directly is parcel 154, 152, and/or 186. And what that is that's right up against the commercial, and this is part of, you know, where, you know, Commissioner, we didn't know it at the time and you didn't either, is there wasn't a site plan submitted in for us for approval for that corner when you guys originally approved the alignment. Since then, they brought in a site plan and there's the commercial rates of what they paid for the land, and that's why it's so much more expensive now. But those are the ones that we were talking about. Those would be the two that we were asking that.
They're residential.
They are residential.
Those are around, what, 10-acre plots of land, or 5.5 acres?
Around 5 to 10.
Around 10?
And
'Cause
one
I
of
live
them,
on the
one of them
backside
is
of it.
mostly flooded area already, so it'd be.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
He can't, he's a.
And
He has a realtor. I'm his representation. You'll have to go through, any conversation comes through me.
He's in a neighborhood.
okay. And you don't see any other options.
Unfortunately, if you take a look at the map, 154 and 155, you can't really see it on this, but there is a canal that runs right
Yep.
there. That's the low point of the road.
And there's
Originally,
another one
we
up
had
the
it on
road, isn't there?
There's one further down to the south, yes.
Okay.
But that's the one where I can either take a partial take on the northeast corner, or I could do the one that we originally said was friendly. If we can still do it, then that one would be the full take. But the only one that really is the problem, loosey-goosey area, I guess we'll say, is the one right there at just south of 64.
Yeah, I'm all.
I thought you were doing that on purpose.
So if it wasn't if the channel wasn't there, we couldn't have a problem, but we can't just drain stormwater directly to the channel. It has to go to a storm because of stormwater quality. So, you know, if we could just pipe it straight to the canal, but there's not that option. You have to treat it, and you can't let a certain amount go because you'll create flooding problems and everything else. So we have to catch it, and that's where the spot that would be. Now, whether we do it right there at the road or we go back behind where there's a house back further back, you know, we're just kind of limited to where we can put it because of that being the low point.
Okay.
Gravity
That's all I
gets in
have.
the way.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question for Scott. So which parcel is it that has the site plan that you referenced?
It would be the one called 156, 158,
So that's a commercial site
and
plan?
155, yes. They actually have
Got
plans
commercial
in.
location property.
They are almost ready for final site plan approval. I think they're just on cleanup work and getting the final sign off.
So has anyone talked to them about
Pond sharing?
a pond site for impact fee credits?
Yes, they have no interest. They need every inch that they can get to build the way they want.
They have no
And
pond on their site?
They do have a pond, but it's maxed out for depth and size to be as small as possible. And they said if we wanted to buy it, they would charge us about $1 million an acre.
If we want to buy it,
So-
they'll charge us $1 million.
Because they would
several-
lose their units, basically, that they were building there.
Okay.
There's also several
Whoa,
stormwater.
whoa, whoa,
I'm
whoa,
sorry.
whoa. Commissioner Ball had requested the floor.
So these are properties that are going to be commercial, probably.
Down in the future, most likely, I would think, at this corner, because they're close to a major intersection.
Okay, thank you, sir. By the way, one last question.
Sure.
And I guess it's not really a question, it's a statement. Whenever you have anything like this that comes forward, you really should sit down with the district commissioner and be a little bit more thorough than just talking on the phone and not really getting to the nitty gritty. So
Is your microphone on?
lesson learned.
Is your microphone on?
Don't make me say all that again. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bearden.
And what's the reason why we can't utilize the current stormwater ponds that are in the neighborhoods and things of that nature that it's already established?
There's not very many out there. It's mostly single-family homes. There's not a whole lot of developed areas out there. So you'd be going on where there's no ponds currently digging on personal sites. The problem is you'd be dealing with 4 or 5 property owners instead of some of these larger parcels where you can deal with 1 or 2.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to just follow up, Commissioner Bearden, we do have many arrangements where we share a pond site with development.
Correct.
It's very common. But that is a compensable right to the developer. So it's just like paying for right-of-way. You know, we get a certain amount of capacity in that pond, we get an easement over it, and we can use impact fee credits to get that pond capacity, which is one of the reasons I asked Scott, because that's a money saver where you don't have to use cash out of pocket to do that. You can use your impact fee credits. We've done that in a lot of places, but it requires a sort of, a friendly arm's length transaction, a cooperative sort of public-private partnership approach. And it's harder to do those in a situation like this where you're coming in to build a road and there isn't a lot of development.
Just to clarify, we're doing that quite often with Moccasin Wallow, all the developments coming in. They're actually going to design a pond, put ours in, and we're doing those type of credits. And they're going to stub a pipe for us just to tie into.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in this area, we don't have that.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is there's brand-new developments on that road. So you have Esplanade that's right to the east of that
Correct.
as well.
But they were already
Sorry.
sized for the way they were, so to ask them to come back and dig it deeper or anything, they're limited on their constraints now. You work with them when they're doing their design to be able to get that.
Okay.
All right. No one else is on the board. Commissioner Ball, I have a quick dialogue question for you before we start. Are you going to support the motion on the floor?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay.
And I would ask too, a statement that was just made about impact fees. I remember us talking about Lorraine Road several years back and all of the development that was happening between 70 and 64. And I remember asking the question, when we are approving these properties, are we talking to the property owner about having to come back on Lorraine to make these road improvements? And I was told, yes, that the property was being put aside and it would be there if we needed it. Is that not still the case?
All of the developments that have come through have put aside property, and one of the pond sites is one that SMR had done at, I think, Rangeland or 44th and Lorraine. But unfortunately, the areas where the low points are and stuff, no development has occurred, so these properties have been here for 30, 40, 50 years. And we can't just go in and get it until we have some type of alignment.
All right, thanks.
Dr. Hopes, very quick question. If this motion fails, can this alignment be placed on the, not that we want to add more to it, but can it be placed on the land use meeting next week once Commissioner Ball has been briefed thoroughly?
If the question is, can it be? Yes, it can be.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so there are no other commissioners on the board. Have we held public comment on this? No? Okay, let's hold public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 56, Lorraine Road from 64 to 59th Ave East? Okay, seeing no one, has anyone called in for Lorraine Road, 56?
Yes, we have one raised hand.
Okay.
Caller 145, 145.
Okay, caller 145, please press star 6 to unmute yourself, and then open up by stating your first, your last name, your county of residence, and then you have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Star 6 to unmute.
For the record, Glenn Gibellina.
Those are the rules. Okay.
And I live in Manatee County. So as I look at this project, there are several developments going on. There were no expectations of the road being widened when these developers went in there. There's no expectation from the people that are building out 156. Apparently, they're happy with a 2-lane road. Leave it as is. Just leave it as 1 lane. And, when these developers come in and say, well, I need a little more density, I want to put, 4,000 units an acre, you can do a moratorium until the road is fixed. What are you disrupting all these people's lives for? Leave it at 1 lane. The developers that are developing it had 0 expectations. So if there's a traffic jam, well, maybe their market share will go down, and they made a mistake building large developments on single-lane roads. Leave it alone. Let the free market dictate it. The guy, the 156, if you're going to move on that, you should have done that years ago. This guy went to planning, he got approval, and utilities didn't think down the road, well, we're going to probably take this when we widen Lorraine Road. They couldn't put the brakes on that. Nope. They let him go full steam. And now look at the dilemma you're in, because now you have an unwilling seller, right? He's not going nowhere. $1 million an acre. So not much thought went into this as far as I'm concerned. Leave it as 1 lane, and if you got to put a moratorium on the building because it can't handle the traffic studies of the new development, so be it. As far as I'm concerned, that's smart growth. You let the traffic decide how you're going to do it. And if the developer says, well, if you're not going to widen the road, and I want to put in 2,000 apartments, we'll never handle the traffic. I'm not going to build there. So be it. Leave those people alone out there. They always got to jam down their throat 4 lanes, 6 lanes. They're happy with 1 lane. Did anybody talk to the homeowners and say, we're going to leave this 1 lane or 2 lanes? I guarantee you they'll say, leave us alone. Leave it at 1 lane. For the record, thank you, Glenn Gibellina.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other callers with raised hands?
No other callers.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. There's 1 commissioner on the board to speak. Commissioner Cruz, the floor is yours.
Just to quickly clarify, because I think we've talked about this enough. But Glenn, a lot of what you said just isn't 100% correct. I mean, we have thoroughfare plans. We have plans that look into the future that do plan for widening of roads. So we have CIPs that look out into the future. The initial, the 5 years, but then we also have the future plans. This road has been intended to be widened. What you're saying is just not true. We didn't come up with this out of nowhere. It's a matter of when it's going to be widened, not if it was going to be widened. And if you go back and listen to a lot of our land use meetings, throughout all the years when I've been on the board, previous boards, the conversation is always, we bring up everybody from transportation and say, is this road scheduled to be widened? And we take into consideration the future density of the roads when making decisions. We've had that on a number of projects, and we're just trying to catch up the infrastructure in which some of these developments were approved based upon the assumption that the capacity would eventually be there. To go back and say, okay, now we're yanking the capacity after the projects are approved is just waiting for a disaster. And it's not just a disaster for the people who live on the road. We're not surveying just the homeowners on Lorraine or any of these. It has to do with the community as a whole, everyone who needs to cut north-south. When there's an accident on Lake Range Boulevard or on 75 or an ambulance has to get through or any other situation, it transcends just the individual residences on a particular road. So what you're saying is just not true. This wasn't a situation where we just came up with this idea. Lorraine's been talked about being widened for a long, long time.
All right, thank you, sir. No other commissioners are on the board. We can cast our votes now. Okay, so Madam Clerk, the resolution, the loosey-goosey version fails by a vote of 3 to 4. In opposition is Van Ostenbridge, Ballard, Baugh, and Bearden.
Yeah, I do.
That was. Do you need me to repeat anything? The yes votes are Satcher, Ron, and Cruz. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, sir, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I do appreciate the support on this, and I want you to understand, I'm not saying I think this is a bad road. It needs to be four-laned. I've said it for years and years and years. However, I've discussed this many, many times, but I've never heard before that we had so much property that we're going to have to take. Now, I have a little bit more, I feel like that I owe my constituents a little bit more than just going along with what I see and hear. All of a sudden, I need to be able to justify what I'm doing, and I don't feel right now that I could do that. So I appreciate you feeling the same, but I would ask Mr. County Administrator to have all of us have briefings on this individually, being very thorough with us. I know it's a bad time of year, but let's get this briefed, with all of us so that we can come back and have a better discussion on this, because it is a problem road.
And you want to do
as
that
we
in
all
the
know.
first meeting of next year, or you want to do it? You want to rush it to land
You know
use?
what?
Do you
I
want
mean,
to
I
do?
understand. I've heard everything here. I think the first part of January would be probably the best. And I don't think that would ruin anything at this point, because no one's going to be doing much through New Year's anyway.
We have plenty of other roads to work on for the next 3 weeks.
They can focus on West
Exactly.
Bradenton roads in the
So,
meantime.
I mean, I don't want anybody to think that I'm finding fault with Public Works. I'm not. I mean, they have been wonderful with me on all the jobs in my district, but that's kind of where I am on this, so I do appreciate the vote. Thank you.
All right, Chad, write it down. Lakewood Ranch is complaining. Focus on West Bradenton. That's resolved.
And send
Okay.
Kevin home.
Okay. We are then going to move on to item number 57, which is adoption of Resolution R-22-223, approving the recommended alignment of Upper Manatee River Road from State Road 64 to the Fort Hamer Bridge. Mr. May.
Better, Scott.
Well, I'll tell you what, pardon my language, you've been working your ass off for like a
Yes,
year or
he
so here,
has.
haven't you? I mean, good Lord. Well done. Fort Hamer Road, Upper Manatee, let's do it.
Hopefully this one will be a little easier. There's not a whole lot to it. The biggest changes that we had in here were we modified the original alignment, because from when the alignment was originally approved to now, they've now added the apartment complex Brixley, and they built the left turn lane in. So we've now incorporated that to make sure they maintain the left turn lane. And then we modified some pond layouts, and we had some additional floodplain compensation that was discovered when they were doing their geotech and everything out there. And then we also kind of showed in here on the new plan how we propose going into Waterleaf for their connection. That's basically it. So if you take a look at the first one, top is what was originally approved, and if you look down there, you'll see now the left turn lane where it turns into where the Brixley Apartments is now. That's where we accommodated that, so they still have maintained their left turn lane. Originally, on the next one is the pond site. As we get into there, the pond site, we had that, and as well as some of the floodplain compensation that we have to do with that. So we picked the property that's there, and as well as part of the property behind it or next to it where it is. So, but those have not changed from where they originally were. And then the last one is the intersection of Waterleaf North, right there by the Fort Hamer Bridge. Normally, we just showed it stubbed in, but now we kind of showed how the impact would be if we brought it up into it. We know this will be a negotiation with them of where they'll have to do their road work and everything with the CDD. But this is kind of the conceptual of what we originally envisioned working with what our plan is. And that's basically it on this.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I just want to say that I can tell you that Public Works, Charlie Bishop, Scott, and Chad have spent a lot of time with me out at Waterleaf and the surrounding areas going over all of this and trying to get this done so we could move forward, because we really need that other bridge to be built to help, because the traffic there at Lakewood Ranch Boulevard and Upper Manatee is just bumper to bumper. So I just want to say good job on this one, and I appreciate all the help and that you've given. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have anyone else on the board, so let's open Upper Manatee River Road up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on item number 57? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 57?
We have no callers.
Okay, we're going to close public comment at this time. We have a motion to approve this item that's been made by Commissioner Cruz and has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. So let's go ahead and cast our votes at this time. Who would have thought Upper Manatee would be the easiest one out of the whole bunch? Uh-oh. Commissioner Bearden apparently has some business dealings on Upper Manatee River Road.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not showing up on.
Okay, so we have
Yes. I didn't
6,
abstain. No,
Mr. Clegg, we have 6 yes votes. Mr. Bearden accidentally tapped the abstain button,
I didn't tap any.
but verbally he would like to confirm that he is a yes. How do you want to do that?
I didn't abstain.
Okay, we'll do a verbal vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Hopes, please
Yeah,
say wonderful things about your
Real
staff
quick,
that just did a great job.
Commissioners, I just wanted to say that this particular alignment modification was the work with the district commissioner, a lot of folks, and we had an opportunity before you adopted the alignment to purchase a house in front of Waterleaf, which allowed us to a friendly purchase of a home at the very front of Waterleaf that made this modification much easier and more friendly. And so it's a lot like what we're talking about, getting the commissioners engaged early on and the public early on, and that this is an example of how that worked out well. I should say the board bought a house in front of Waterleaf.
Taxpayers bought it, but yes, they did.
Sir?
Sir,
So
I hope you'll say nice things about your
I
staff.
realize the voting is over, but just let me remind you the 3 steps of what we will do going forward to keep the public informed. So 5 of the 6 alignments were adopted. So if you remember our website, so the first thing that will change, and probably be changed before the close of business today, in the attachments section, in the documents section of each of the projects, the roll plot will be updated on the 5 that were approved, not on Lorraine Road. We will keep the original one there for now. In the next couple weeks, the map that actually is the one that you scroll down to and you can zoom in and see parcels that are affected or in that comes from a deeper dive into the data that we get from the consultants. That'll take me another couple weeks to get that updated on those 5. And then the actual attachments, when you click on those parcels within that map, that probably may not be updated easily until the new year. So it's a process because it's a lot of GIS editing between here and there. So the first thing that will happen, even today, the roll plot in the attachments in the documents section of the website will be updated. In the next couple weeks, hopefully before Christmas, we can get the map generally that shows which parcels are affected, what are partials, and what are total takes. And then the actual attachments that give the legal and sketches, that'll be following on as soon as we can in January.
Chad, I would just want to say, Public Works doesn't always get the recognition that they deserve for the work that they do. You guys have done great work here. We really appreciate your staff on behalf of the board and the county, and it makes a huge impact on the lives of and the quality of life of everyone who lives in this county, because everyone drives on these roads. So please bring that message back to your folks.
Will do. Focus is very clear. Move.
There you go. Commissioner Satcher.
I'm on next agenda.
Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I was going to ask you how, if on the next agenda item, how you want
Okay,
to.
yes, so the next agenda item, we don't need a matrix, obviously. It's the seven of us. So there's no need for a matrix there. So why don't we do it the way we did with Planning Commission? And we'll go through each item. I'll open that one up for the clerk. No. Yeah, but no. So I'll open up each one and then I'll entertain.
But really, the chair doesn't take office until after the first of the year.
Right. Okay. I've got this. Thanks. Ladies?
The chair's running the meeting.
Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll open it up, each one for nominations. And then once we get a nomination, I'll say, are there any other nominations? If there are not any, then I'll say I'm entertaining motions to close nominations. That's how we'll do it orderly. So we will start with chair. So we're taking nominations for chair.
So, Mr. Chair, I would just like to
Satcher.
say, in the future, I feel like we need to make it where we can have some discussion because we're precluded from talking outside of this meeting. And then taking advantage of that or any leeway I get from you, I just want to say that after this vote for chair, that when it comes time for vice chair, that I will nominate Commissioner Ballard for vice chair.
Well, we're on chair right now. So.
I know, but
Okay.
I think it's important that we're able to talk about the actual issue. And so I just want to let everyone know that, so that as you make this decision, regardless, I think that's important. She's done a great job, and if she can pass the bar, I think she'll do a great job as vice chair. That's all I have to say. I'm not making any nominations.
Okay, right now we're accepting nominations for chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a nomination. I'd like to nominate Kevin Van Osselbridge for chair for 2023.
Okay.
Second.
Thanks. We don't need seconds, but thank you. Are there any other nominations for chair?
I'd like to close nominations.
We have a motion to
Second.
close nominations by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously, so Van Ostenbridge will be chair in 2023.
Who is that?
We'll move to vice chair, Commissioner Satcher.
I nominate Commissioner Ballard.
We have a nomination of Commissioner Ballard. Commissioner Ballard, are there any other nominations for vice chair?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Vanessa Baugh. Nothing against Commissioner Ballard, but we just need some.
You don't have to say that. It's not going to be a knife fight. Don't worry.
That's what we did on the planning.
Okay. So we have Ballard and Baugh. Are there any other nominations for vice chair?
Move to close.
I had one, but I don't know if we answer. I was going to nominate Mike. I don't know if we need a third, though, and he already nominated somebody else. So.
Put you in a bad spot, doesn't
I
it?
was on the board. I was going to nominate Mike.
So we also have Commissioner Ron nominated. He should be noted for his nomination.
Still on the board, or has it
Are
just
there
not
any
been
other?
taken off?
Would you like me to press stop? I'll press stop.
Oh.
Are there any other we have Ballard, Baugh, and Ron. Are there any other nominations for vice chair at this time? Okay, so we'll entertain motions to close nominations.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion to close nominations by Commissioner Baugh, seconded by Commissioner Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, so nominations are closed. We will now, by a show of hands, we will now vote on vice chair. And we'll just go in the order in which the nominations were made, which coincidentally is alphabetical anyway, but thanks for that.
Procedurally, if someone doesn't win, each vote's a separate vote, correct? Until someone gets 4 or more?
Well, I mean, if 6 people vote for Ballard, we're not going to vote on the other 2.
Right, but if 3 people vote for Ballard, I get to vote on the next one. Or
Oh,
press
no,
vote,
you only
correct?
get 1 vote on this. Right, yeah, good question.
Yeah.
So you only get to vote for 1 person here. We're going to go for Ballard, and then we'll move
But if
on.
someone doesn't get 4 votes, then one
Then we'll-
drops off. We
Correct,
revote.
the person with the fewest number of votes will drop off. Okay. So all in favor of Commissioner Ballard for vice chair, raise your hands. Okay, so that's 1. 2, I'm sorry. 2. All in favor of Commissioner Baugh, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it is Baugh for vice chair. We will now open nominations for second vice chair.
Nominate Mike Ron.
Mike Ron.
I move to close nominations.
Motion to close nominations. Need a second for that. I'll second that. Okay. So all in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, so it passes. So Mike Ron is the second vice chair.
Move to nominate Amanda Ballard.
Move to nominate Amanda Ballard. Any other nominations for third vice chair?
Move to close.
Okay, and
Second.
okay, she'll second that. So we have a motion to close nominations by Ron, seconded by Baugh. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So Ballard is the third vice chair, so it'll be KVO, Baugh, Ron, Ballard. And now we're going to move to the Port Authority.
I nominate George Cruz.
Port, Cruz. Okay, this is chair.
Move to close.
I'll second that. Cruz is nominated by Baugh, and then Satcher makes a motion to close nominations. I second that. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
You're gonna like it.
Okay, so Commissioner Cruz, congratulations, is the Port of the Chairman. Vice Chair of the Port Authority, to accepting nominations.
Move to nominate Commissioner Satcher.
Commissioner Satcher,
I nominate closing bleh.
you nominate closing
Yeah, I
nominations?
nominate closing nominations.
Would you like to make a motion to close
Thank you,
nominations?
sir.
Okay, so a motion to close nominations by Commissioner Baugh. Is there a second? Or do we-
second.
Okay, seconded by Ballard. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, so Commissioner Satcher is the vice chair. And George, Mr. Chairman, do I go second and third as well on Port? Yes, okay. So we will go second vice chair for Port. We're accepting nominations. I'll nominate Commissioner Ballard because I'm allowed to nominate, I found out. And I want to nominate someone. I've been sitting here the whole time. So I'm going to nominate Ballard.
I nominate
watch.
Commissioner Bearden.
I'll lose, okay. Oh, yeah, you haven't gotten anything yet, okay. Bearden. Ma'am,
I-
would you like to nominate someone?
No.
Do you want to nominate yourself?
No.
Okay.
No.
She's holding out for TDC over there.
Okay, so we have Ballard and Bearden. Someone can nominate Baugh. We'd have all three Bs on the board. Or we could close nominations.
Move to close nominations.
Second.
Okay, so Cruz makes a motion to close nominations. It's seconded by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so that passes unanimously. So we'll start with Ballard first. Again, they were alphabetical. Appreciate that. All in favor of Commissioner Ballard as second vice chair of the Port, please raise your hands. Well, she didn't raise her hand, so I'm not going to raise mine either. Okay.
You're already,
So then, all in favor of Commissioner Bearden, please raise your hands.
yeah.
All right, so Commissioner Bearden, it is. I need to put a line through these guys. Okay, and then third vice chair for the Port, accepting nominations, sorry.
I nominate James Satcher.
He's already the vice
Oh,
chair.
I'm sorry.
get two.
You're right.
He
Sorry.
gets paid overtime at every port
I'm-
meeting. We can't have that.
I'm a little upset. I missed something somehow, so anyway.
So Bearden nominates Ron.
Mike Ron.
You want to close nominations then?
I close
Okay,
nominations.
so motion to close nominations, I'll second that. All in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So Ron is the third vice chair of the Port. TDC, accepting nominations for
I
chair.
nominate James Satcher.
Satcher,
Move to close.
Boy, you spoke up that time.
right?
What?
Hey.
I'm sorry? Commissioner Satcher made a motion to close nominations.
It's hard to hear because Vanessa was still saying his name when he moved.
No, I didn't even get it out.
Okay, the move to close nominations fails for lack of a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second.
Okay,
I was talking to the court.
okay.
Uh-huh.
So that's seconds. I wanted to nominate somebody else, but that's okay, it's done.
You don't have to vote to close. You haven't
And I won't. So all in favor of closing nominations, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
You have to have an alternate for the TDC.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Okay, so the
Good for you.
vote to close nominations passes by a vote of 5-2 with Cruz and Van Ostenbridge in opposition. So Commissioner Satcher is the chair of the TDC. We have to have an alternate for the TDC.
I nominate Mike Ron.
nomination of Mike Ron for alternate. Any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll entertain motions to close.
Move to close.
Close.
Second?
Okay, so the motion to close by Ballard, seconded by Baugh. All in favor of closing, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So that passes unanimously. So Commissioner Ron is the alternate on the TDC. So for everyone,
No, we still need to vote to make James the chair of TDC, correct?
okay, we're accepting motions to make Commissioner Satcher the chairman of the TDC.
Move to make Commissioner Satcher the
Isn't that
chairman
what I
of
did?
the TDC.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz. I'll second that. So essentially what we're doing here is we appointed Commissioner Satcher to the TDC, but now we have to separately make a motion to make him the chairman of the TDC.
We do it every year.
He does not have to be the chair, but that's up to this board.
Oh,
You
Well,
can
that
make,
was my
you can make
nomination,
someone else, but
chairman.
you're just going to annoy the guy that you sit at the
What are
dais
the-
with if you don't make him the chair.
I don't know what my other options are. I think we
I
need a
didn't
work
know there was
session on
one.
this.
Well, I mean,
Guess I hadn't
there
been here
there are
long enough.
mayors. There are mayors who serve on the TDC. There's, I
I'm
don't know, citizens. There's, I don't know. I don't really know. So I guess I don't know. Okay, so we have a motion. Who made the motion to make him chair? Commissioner Cruz, and I seconded, right? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Clegg, the motion to make him the chair of the TDC, is that considered parliamentary, or do we have to take public comment on that?
You should take public comment on the entire slate that you just voted. So you
Perfect.
should just open it up to public comment for anyone who wants to comment on any of the appointments that the board just made.
So the elections for the officers for 2023 calendar year vote is going to be opened up for public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item 61, the election of officers for 2023? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 61?
No callers.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. And for the BOCC, it's KVO, Baugh, Ron, Ballard. For the Port, chair is Cruz, Satcher, Bearden, Ron. The TDC rep is Satcher, and he will serve as chair. And the alternate is Ron. Sound right to everybody?
James, don't forget, you have a TDC meeting on Monday, so.
Monday morning, 6 a.m. they meet.
It's out on Anna Marie Island.
Is it?
Seriously.
It is on the island.
Change it to Lakewood Ranch.
You have to be there on time.
Rocky Bluff.
Because you run the meeting.
I think all the TDC meetings are being moved to parish.
Commissioners, is there any other new business? We're adjourned.